Everybody, welcome back to the channel and welcome to some racing with subscribers in the glorious land of Assetto Corsa. We're going to do...
Lost my grip on reality.
We're going to just tickle the throttle pedal with some nice cars and just chat some rubbish. What a time to be alive. It is the time to be alive for everyone that is still alive. But not dead people. It's not the time for them. They're of course not alive. So yes, there's a bit of a problem for them. But yeah, we will have the server up. In fact, it is up, and then you can join it and you can race with us and everything. It's really nice. What a time! What a place to be. Hello, Jesus. Hello, Lawrence. How do I manage? Yeah, you need to delete them all. Get them deleted. Sort it out. How's it going, man? You don't want to watch this. Do I need to speak your language? Hello, Lawrence. Welcome to the channel. And cancelled by the entirety of Ireland this time. Oh, oh dear. What can you do? Fortunately, Irish have a good sense of humour. Oh, he has a torn tendon. Why have you done that, you idiot? What happened? I hope it's all right. Sounds painful. Sounds painful. Hello, Pete Jarram. Pete Jarram on his knees. Oh no! Do you need to have it reattached? That sucks. Don't watch the surgery videos. Don't watch the surgery videos of that. It's terrible. Oh dear. Yeah, you don't want to tear tendons. It's annoying to heal as well. Though hands have good blood supply, so it might be not too bad. Going to physio. Hello, Richard Horse. Server's up if you want to join it, guys. 6 weeks ago. Did you do it on your steering wheel? How did you do it? Ah! Getting attacked by my wheel. Bloody hell! Calm down. Oh no, Assetto Corsa says no. What's that about? Computer says no. Hello, Doug. Try again. Could just be a bug with the track. You fell over and your thumb was tasked with keeping my whole body. Why would you not just drop and roll? Oh no. Oh. Oh no. Kunos says no. I'm trying to... I'll probably put too many cars on the track. It's a mistake. This is a mistake I often make. Yeah, I got too many cars. I often do this. There we go. Fixed. Server's back up. Hello, Abdullah. Hello, Chedhead. How's it going? Should work now. No, it was just the I just put too many cars on. It doesn't update the number. Ah, they're still not working. I thought I fixed it. It loaded further that time. Oh, we're getting there. Oh, I fixed it. Yeah. Weird. Blame it on the hot swap. Oh, blame... Yeah. Oh, no, it won't load. Oh, Lawrence. Why have you gifted 5 community subs? You fool. Thank you very much. Thanks, Lawrence. Appreciate that. Who's got the subs? And Lawrence is subbed as well. He's gone mental. I feel like I've won a lot. I feel like I'm in a casino playing a slot machine here. Thank you very much, Lawrence. Bex, SCS Binman, Albucho, Davy Groot, Sula. Beep, beep, beep. Well, what do I do here? Let's try a different track. Look at Lawrence, he's gone out of control. Andy Reese.
Happy Superversary to me.
Superversary. Thank you very much, Lawrence. Really appreciate it, man. You're still not allowed in the country, I'm afraid. It doesn't excuse everything that you've done. Refund. Passport denied. Dear, I wanted to race that track. Apparently we're not allowed to have fun today. Every time I try and have fun, the world turns around and says no fun for you. I think we'll do let's do a Road America. If that works, that should work. Fun's not realistic exactly. Hype Train, what's going on? Counter Debates is subbed.
No
what?
VR, no fun.
Thank you, Counter Debate. Why are all these people subscribing now? Appreciate it. Right, let's try this server now. Just change the track to Road America. Maybe we're not allowed to play games today. So can you not sim race now your thumb's falling off? What happens now? Yes, he uses his teeth. Are you back driving? Have you are you have you got like a plaster on it? Is it supported? Dominic, thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Oh, it's in a splint. Bloody hell. I don't understand how you fall. I don't understand how you fall over on your thumb. I don't understand it. Actually, thinking about it, I don't understand it. How does that work? Oh, I'm falling! I'm falling! Oh, yeah, let's put my thumb out. How does that make sense? It doesn't make any sense. Were you doing something else with your thumb? Your thumb hooked on the narrow side of it. What doors have you got? It's crazy. Makes no sense. Yeah. I think he was trying to stick his thumb somewhere. It wasn't meant to go. If I like fell on a shampoo bottle and it went up my bottom, I would just, and I had to go to the doctors, I'd just say, oh yeah, if I put it on my bottom, I'd just say, oh, I put it on my bottom. Like, why would you even pretend otherwise? You'd just be like, yeah. You just go, yeah, I stuck it in my bottom. Like, why would you? I think it would be worse if you actually fell on it and it actually happened. Because no one would believe you, and you'd be like, oh, well, no, I did just fall on it. They'd be like, and you'd be like, no, I did actually fall on it. No, I did. As a comedy sketch. It's a comedy sketch. You show a clip of someone falling over on a shampoo bottle. And, oh yeah, you do like a whole bunch of like stuff that are the excuses, but they're the real thing. And then the person's trying to say the real thing, and the hospital's like, so I've just written a fast show sketch. There you go. Comedic mastermind. Yeah, I mean, I've never done anything too embarrassing, really. He's got to cook dinner with his hand, with his other hand. Oh, thanks for the subs. I really appreciate it, though. No refunds. Hope you get better soon. Hype train at level 3. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. 7 subs. Hang on, we got another one here. 7 subs. Just started the stream. Lawrence ruined everything. If you want to get in the server, guys. Probably shouldn't have put this track on, but oh well. Jump in. I feel like my force feedback's a bit overactive on this. Oh, hang on. It's got my wheel rotations wrong. I have to quit out and rejoin back in. Get those Moses settings. Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What would be the? I mean, doctors have seen everything, so it's not like you would ever, you know, they'd be like, oh, you know what I mean? It's not really like. Stiffen her up. Making the car stiff makes it a lot easier to drive them in this. What would be the believable version of the shampoo story? Yeah, I don't know. What would it be? I mean, I don't think you. What's the likelihood that you fall over and the shampoo bottle goes up your bottom? It's not likely, is it? It's possible. I guess it could happen. But there's no... What else? What else could happen? Hello, John Rambo. I don't know. I don't know what Jeremy Clarkson's doing. Shampoo troll. I might need to add some damper to my wheel. Shampoo topic. Hello, Fine Account. How's it going, man? Shedhead's in the race. Always same comment. Road America's amazing. I don't know. I don't really have a favourite race series. My force feedback's so over the top. I've added natural inertia. But yeah, I just use the setups that are in Shader Patch. That's a bit better. I've just turned natural inertia to 400%. I don't know why it's percent, but you just get the app for setups and then use those. Hello, Burby. How's it going, man? That's better. So a car you shouldn't be fighting the car. It should just be, you should just be able to work with the car nicely. Nice and delicate. You should be able to tickle the car around the track. If your steering's throwing you off the track, the force feedback's not good. Dennis, thanks for making my COVID misery somewhat tolerable the last couple of days. Testing in Malone. Oh, you been watching Matt Malone? Matt Malone in the server. Here we go. Matt Malone's awesome. Now, what we've been playing? We've just been doing videos. I'm trying to do more videos as well as live streaming. I like making videos, but They take a long time to do. I mean, live streams go on forever, but I'm not very good at talking to camera, and I have like memory issues, so it takes me ages to record videos. Voiceover's all right. It's really weird. But it's good. People, for some reason, my videos get good. For what they are, they get good video views on YouTube. So I should really do more of them. Longest live streamer. I mean, his sub challenge has been pretty epic. I don't think he has beaten me for that. Well, maybe if you include his family stuff as well, but like I've not seen him play iRacing for like 18 hours straight. I hope he doesn't, because he's got a family. It's bad. It's really bad for your health. I got the longest iRacing live stream I did. I got nerve damage in my hand. It's fortunately got better, but I literally lost feeling in my hand from nerve damage. I don't mind the driving in LMU really. Like, it's fun. You get good races. Matt Malone, he has more energy than me. He definitely has more energy than me. Mind you, I think he genuinely enjoys iRacing, so I find iRacing entertaining, but I don't enjoy how it drives. I like the racing, I like the voice chat, but the physics I don't find the handling of the cars enjoyable, like the innate handling. Well, sometimes I do actually, it depends. At speed with downforce, that's alright. But balancing at the limit's not fun. It's really weird that this car's, I mean, I guess I could put I've not got the gyro effect on. Should probably turn that on. You want to? I can't physically do it filing account. It's really bad for my health. Like, I lose my voice, and then my knee hurts, my back hurts, my shoulders hurt, my wrists hurt. This arm is still healing. I've got issues with the ligaments. What's on the Nords? I need to try the new GT car. We'll do some iRacing. I was going to do some iRacing today, and then I was like, oh no, actually, I just can't be bothered. I just want to drive some AC. He uses oil in his air fryer. Yeah, you can't beat oil in your air fryer. Air fryer oil, can you imagine? Combine them two. Combine the two. Well, this is terrible for you guys. I'm on pole. Might try a different setup. free content. Well, it's not that free. You have to pay by watching adverts and being channel members. It's a terrible deal for you guys. Do you know what? The natural inertia setting on this Moser is quite good. Surprised how well it's working, because we're still getting good detail from the sim. What other setup we got? We're first with that setup, but I think we can do. Let's try your mum. Why not? Give it a go. I'll give your mum a go. Oh, we're too much faster than all you noobs. What have you been up to, finding account? Pete Jarman's been knee sliding all over the place. I have to ask him what he's been up to. It's the Theresa May dance. Oh, have you seen the Rishi Sunak stuff where he's like, "Guys, I'm gonna remove national insurance." What a dick. What an idiot. It's British politics, guys. Our Prime Minister is such a twat.
Well, everybody.
Well, everybody, thank you very much. Josh Mamba, thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Appreciate the sub. Nice one. Whereabouts in India are you? I watch loads of random Indian stuff. I really like Bollywood and Chiru and like South Indian stuff. It's hilarious. And my bike's made in India. Loads of decathlon stuff is made in India. So whenever I look for information on my bike, it's always like some Indian guy explaining it. It's really handy though. Bloody hell. Right. I think part of this is the setup is a bit crazy. The other setup we had was better. Who's in poll? Chedhead, can you share your setup if you've got a good one? No one in the UK worth voting for. Well, I mean, Labour's better than Tories or Green or... No, there is. That'll just be like side candidates. But yeah, I mean, Labour are probably going to win the election and Labour are still shit, so... But anything's better than Conservatives. It's not 07 Buck, it's amazing. Chedhead, share your setup, matey. Just share it and I'll just... Trump will save us all. He's going to die from dementia before the American election or whatever. Yeah, I'd vote for Count Binface. Hello, Aramu. How's it going, man? Welcome. Is it a fatal illness? Not necessarily, but normally dementia occurs due to other health issues. It depends on the type of dementia, but like, I'd imagine because Trump's morbidly obese, and obviously he's under a lot of stress, and he's because he's such a narcissist. That also I don't think he has any close actual people. I don't know. I think he'll die and then that'll become a conspiracy. Mind you, what's his face looks like he's a bit senile as well. But yeah, Trump looks like he's on the way out. I can't show my video config. What do you mean? Well, I mean, I think Biden is better than Trump, to be honest, but I think they're both terrible. Like, you shouldn't have people that old running a... They're just too old, both of them. It's ridiculous. You like over 60 is too old for that job. Yeah, I can't show the graphic settings because I'd have to go out of the game. I'm sure I've done setting guide videos there. Yeah, like this. So we're about to have like a massive cultural change due to artificial intelligence. Even if artificial intelligence ends up being a bit shitty in many ways and doesn't work as much as it might potentially, as much as it could do, even if AI was as limited to what ChatGPT 3 is or whatever, that is still enough to massively change a lot of jobs and a lot of the culture. So you need politicians that understand the tech and stuff, and they obviously don't. I don't think they even understand the internet. Yeah, this these setups are mental. Well, they probably do a better job. AI president. Can't go wrong. Hang on. My car's spawned with the wheels the wrong way. My car's spawned with the wheel inside out. Oh, good job, pit team. There's no problem with that. Car's fine. Why did it spawn with the wheel sideways? There we go. Totally normal car setup. It's just a normal way. It's how you warm the tyres up. Oh, we're going racing. Well, it's the thing with the AI stuff is it's a bit weird because I'm somewhat skeptical, but also not skeptical. So, like, I could see how AI could actually end up being totally mental, but then I could also see how it could hit like a bottleneck where, so you know, you do like all the training and stuff, and at the moment there's you keep getting additional intelligence properties that are unexpected, but it could be that you just hit like a wall that you can't then get past. So, like, a lot of the AI stuff at the moment is assuming that, oh, if you give it more training data or better optimizations to that training or longer training periods, you then end up with a better model, right? But that's not necessarily always going to be the case. It might be, but it might not be. But then... the fact is, as it is right now, any job that's about passing information is done. Like call centers, a lot of detective work, anything that involves linking together large amounts of information. That's what AI already can basically replace that. You still need someone to check the results and make sure stuff's right, but the power of being able to have huge amount, like all criminal data in a model, and then for someone to go to input an image of someone, and then it goes, oh yeah, this person's quite likely to committed this crime, and here's all the previous convictions, or here's all the stuff, and here's here's all the indications, all that stuff. It'd be like, yeah, well, okay. Do you know what I mean? And you would be able to model like behavioural patterns and prediction. Like, it's going to be a nightmare, because then someone could go, well, I've not committed a crime yet. It's going to be like what's that film where they predict the crime in the future? Yeah, pre-crime. It'll be like, oh well, because the fact is, you can actually model stuff and go, yeah, it's quite likely that person will commit this crime, and therefore you'd logically go, well, that area needs to be moderated, or this is it. So you draw a line between when is it entrapment, when is it free will, how much is free will. I mean, there is no such thing as free will, but like, it's going to get mental. It's going to be absolutely mental. And then the legal system at the moment kind of works by the fact of it not working. So people that have done stuff actually get away with a lot because it's such a bad system. But in some ways that offsets it, and it means that you really have to do something quite bad to actually get caught. So it softens the it softens the sort of the punishment, or the chance of, even though the law might be quite harsh, but the reality of getting caught for it can be reduced. So yeah, everything's just going to break down. It's like culturally. Yeah, we'll do a little 2-lap race. We'll do a longer race afterwards. Yeah, it's just so much stuff. Then you're not going to know. You're not going to be able to tell what's real or not on the internet. So I think there's going to be a massive transfer from people that want to do stuff in real life as opposed to virtually, because anything virtual you won't be able to trust. Any image, voice, anything you see on the internet or through media, you won't be able to trust at all. Like, maybe someone will have something that makes it some like thing that goes, oh, this is real, this isn't AI, and you have some kind of like logo or something, I don't know. But even then, you could fake that logo. So it might force people to have to do stuff in real life, because no one's going to trust anything on the internet at all, which they shouldn't do, but like, it'll be very convincing. No, but it'll be it's not, you might and I might not trust stuff on the internet, but any media, anything, you won't, the line between what is reality and what isn't reality, or what has actually happened and what hasn't, or what's a historical bit of footage and what isn't a historical bit of footage, it's going to be impossible. Like, whereas now you can sort of generally, you can go, well, hang on, this looks, maybe this isn't true, maybe this is misrepresentation, maybe this information's not true, but you can kind of go, oh, okay, this kind of fits in with this stuff, so I can trust it a bit. It's going to be like impossible to trust anything in any way whatsoever. It's crazy. But then you have stuff like doctors and GPs. AI models are going to be amazing for, like, you send in a picture of a skin abscess or something, and it will know with like a 99.9% probability if that's likely to be cancerous, pre-cancerous, or whatever. Or your GP will have all the records will be able to be passed, and also all the genetic comparison stuff. So that'll be incredible. And like novel treatment. So yeah, we are literally. So how, like, I don't think, this is what I find weird with media talking about AI, in that they're like, oh, AI, but they don't really talk about what it actually means. Can you try and break? Guys, come on, use some brain cells. Yeah, they don't. We are actually on the cusp of, like, the invention of, like, like mills and stuff, like the Industrial Revolution. Like, even bigger than the internet, bigger than the Industrial Revolution. In terms of a cultural shift, it's absolutely bonkers. But the super rich will just use it to imprison the majority of people. So. Bristol, it's all right. Not everyone's correct. Chad, yeah, I think they will. Lots of cancers and stuff will be. Certainly, cancer prevention can already be done very well by AI, like diagnostics. But yeah, the current tools will be really good for coming up with ways of coming up with new vaccines against forms of cancer and stuff. So, yeah. What? I don't know what you're saying, just remember. I'm not saying any propaganda. I don't know what you're talking about. I literally gave 2 different views. I didn't say a single view, so you can't say that I've said one specific thing. I think a lot of people are afraid of change, but for sure, even the current models. Are you talking about me? I don't know. I didn't see the rest of your comment because I can't see all of it. A lot of the current models that exist now, even like GTP3 or whatever, that's enough to fundamentally change a lot of things. But it's weird. Like, even with the computers, it took like 20 years for computers to, well, even more, like 30-40 years for computers to be like the default way of to replace paper-based offices, even when it's really obvious that they were a much more efficient way of doing things. So I think even if AI is absolutely massive, people are slow to change and resistant to change. So that'll probably slow down some aspects of AI and how it affects things culturally. We're in the race, so you can't join. I think most people are massively underestimating AI. They have no idea. They're completely clueless as to they're in total denial. They're in absolute denial as to how much it will just replace so many jobs. Like, ultimately, new jobs will emerge and new things will emerge and new cultures and new ways of doing things, you know, but the displacement effect of it, like exactly the same as when mills came about in the Industrial Revolution. There were hundreds of thousands of people that would do knitting and making stuff, miniature trade people, ironmongers, all those kind of things, whatever. There were hundreds of thousands of people that did that. That was their whole life. They had families that did that for hundreds and hundreds of years, thousands of years, and that's what they did. That's what those people did. And then within the space of 20 years, gone. It's like the horse. Within the space of 30 years of someone going, oh, here's cars, gone, right? And so, obviously not entirely gone, but Do you know what I mean? It's really weird that I guess because. Well, I'm going to restart the server. We'll do another track with the same car. People don't have an imagination, I think, so they don't realise until it actually happens, and then they go, "Oh, it's happened." Do I think it will have far more reach and impact a more global-based economy? I don't know. There's interesting stuff happening. I think I think there's sort of like there's a partial deglobalization going on, but then again, globalization kind of just makes sense anyway. In terms of chip manufacturing, there's no reason why America or Europe can't become chip manufacturers, and that's already started to happen in some ways. I mean, historically, UK was a huge place for IT and innovation for a long time, and then it just disappeared. So it can, you do have. Obviously, it takes like decades to build up the expertise and the culture for building up chip factories, but there's no reason that in 20, 30 years you can't have Taiwan in America, So those things will just change. Let's do. Yeah. UK was massive for it, and then the government basically didn't foster the subsidies, and so a lot of it moved to America. Oh, Silverstone 1967. Here we go. Perfect. You'll be able to join the server, guys, if you wanted to join. A new track. Yeah, we had the whole BBC Micro, the BBC programme, Acorns, the whole programming stuff. Right. Oh, hang on. Just make this server the track's a bit longer, a few laps. Yeah, server's up, guys. Yeah, well, it's just investment, isn't it? You have to invest in the youth of a country, and it pays back. But it takes a long time for that investment takes 20, 30 years to return. Computer literacy's got worse now, in that a lot of people use tablets and stuff, but they don't understand data organization, compression, or they don't understand basic computing stuff, because like how a lot of people don't know how to do basic car engineering, because they're just like, oh, well, the car works. Whereas back in the day, if you bought a car, you'd have to learn how to, oil. I mean, you still have to do oil now, but you know what I mean? You'd have to do a lot of stuff manually, whereas now you really don't. So that's kind of what happened. That's kind of what's happened with computing. Even if you were just going to back from the 80s to 2004, even if you were just going to use a computer for basic tasks, you would have to understand some basic stuff of like how to use a computer, which would require some IT literacy. But then again, you don't necessarily need to know how the tool works. You need to know how to use the tool in a way that you want to use it. So it doesn't necessarily matter. But I mean, I think there's useful stuff that you learn from. I think computing is fascinating myself, but. But yeah, I mean, yeah, the AI stuff's just going to be insane. I mean, the thing is, well, already like graphic designers, why would you hire a logo designer necessarily. Like, the stuff that AI does basically does the same thing that graphic designers do. Like, you'd need to check that the end result you'd need to check wasn't like completely derivative, and the tools for controlling AI at the moment aren't very good. But the stuff that a person would normally hire a graphic designer for would be to basically have the technical ability and the knowledge of like what looks good, right? Well, if at the end of the and then at the end of the day, the business would actually pick something that looks shit, because that's what most people do. So at the end of the day, people are just going to use AI to develop images and then keep adjusting it, and then double check that it's not already being used. So the graphic designer is basically gone. Yeah, like stock images, all that stuff. Like, why would you even bother? Like, you would want to, like, Adobe Stock's good because they train their model on licensed images, so you know it's not infringing copyright. But like, obviously you're not going to go out and pay for a photographer to do a generic stock image. You would go, oh, here's my product, scan it, right, now AI can do whatever you need it to do and you can adjust it. So all that's gone. Basically, all creative stuff gets turned into like an artisanal thing where you do creative stuff because you enjoy a real person doing it for the sake of a real person doing it, or you do it because you enjoy getting good at it. So in the same way that I'm playing this driving sim because I enjoy driving a car, there's obviously better drivers. Same with like learning an instrument. You could just listen to the music played perfectly by someone else and replay it on a hi-fi, right? But you learn an instrument yourself because it's fun seeing, like, learning it yourself, and you understand things better. So it's like cooking as well. Like, you could have someone cook something for you, but even if you cook worse, learning how to do it yourself is a fun thing to do. So that will be why people do stuff. Will be because for the sake of doing it themselves, optionally. If you should let me paste it in. I think programmers will actually stay around quite a while, to be honest. And it's not so because this is. I think there'll be no more programmers. I think that's based on the myth that you see. Like, if you've ever done game development or been around programmers, a programmer is not someone that knows a programming language, but that is a programmer. But a good programmer is someone that understands the logical frameworks and can communicate and has a really good knowledge of all the different languages and all the different technical things, and they're friends with other programmers. So the reason that you have a programmer is not because they speak programming. That is one reason. That's not the real value. Like, a good programmer can learn another language in a few months if they need to. So I think for large language model stuff, even if you're using it as a tool, you would still use a programmer. You would have less programmers for grunt work, though. So it's the same with the graphic artist thing. You would still use a graphic artist for understanding the overview of stuff, but you just wouldn't have as many of them. Pong racing, you will, but they'll just be doing different stuff. So the workflow will just be different, but there will still be a programmer. So, for example, even if I was using a large language model or AI, even if I was using AI technology to program something, you would still need to know how to communicate with that AI. Oh, thank you. Who was that? Thanks for the sub, though. Let's get the name on the screen. Henchman.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Thank you very much. You'd still need someone that knows how to communicate with the AI to get the best result out of the AI. So you'd still need someone that's an expert at using the AI as a tool for the specific goal of programming. You know, like you could have AI on top of AI on top of AI, but people are still going to exist and people are still going to want to do stuff. So you would still you just remove, you know, so all this stuff. Silly Wabbit, thank you.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
You'd remove all the kind of grunt programming where it's just outsourced programming, where it's just, you know, it's laborious, tedious programming stuff. That will all disappear. But project management programming, lead programmer jobs, they will basically, they will still exist because they will be the ones that are deciding how, you know, what needs to be done. It's like if you're a business owner, you're not doing the programming, you're not doing the art, you're not doing the game design, you're not doing this and that. What you are doing is you're getting other people to do that for you. So basically, AI puts you in a position of effectively being the manager of stuff. It does remove a lot of jobs, and it does then put more of an emphasis on someone that's big picture creative. So it's fantastic for me. It's great for me, but for a lot of people don't think like that. A lot of people are like, they need to be instructed what to do, and they will all be replaced. But also, more complex stuff will be made. So if you've got AI tools to make games, you'll then be like, okay, well, now we can make absolutely photo real games. Absolutely, like, if one person can do the work of 1,000 people, the complexity of the project can be 1,000 times more complex. So it's like how in the past you'd have 3 people working on Pac-Man or something, and that'd take them 6 months or something, right? Whereas you then have tools that allow you to do 3D modeling really quickly, allows you a high level programming languages, allows you to do more programming, better tools for workflow integration. So then you can do more. Like, the teams have gotten bigger, but realistically, a 5-person team in 2024 can achieve 1,000 times more work. Forget AI. Like, right now, a 5-person team can do 1,000 times more productive than a 5-person team was in the 1980s. So yeah, so it's kind of, you might end up with that like Star Trek scenario where if you watch you have a holodeck type thing. It might be VR, because I don't think we'll invent holodecks anytime soon. But you talk to the computer and you go, right, I want a Sherlock Holmes scene. I want this chair. I want this table to be an old oak table. I want Sherlock Holmes to be over there. I want a bad character that comes in like this, and then you'd play it and you go, oh, how's that happened? How's the AI made it happen? Okay, I want it to actually be more dramatic lighting. I want the character to do this. Give me 50 possible scenarios that a player's likely to encounter if they say XYZ. Okay, I want you to act more like this or more like this, depending on the scenarios. So you'll use the AI. You'll just manage. You're acting as a manager, like if you were a director of a play or something. But so it'd be like that. That's the kind of direction that things will go in. Exactly. If Pac-Man had more devs, it'd be photoreal. Just remember, you're in data analytics. Don't even program anymore. We use AI for so much stuff, but without us, it wouldn't be able to do what we wanted. Yeah. So I think at the moment, the current AI models they've not passed. It's not when they're not doing general intelligence, are they? It's like you can inject a shitload of data into them. But effectively, it's just a very easily accessible database. That's how that's Chat GPT. It's a very intuitively accessible database that's very quick. That's the best way of thinking of that. But so that's the step change that you'd have to jump if they manage to jump past that. If the next AI leap gets outside of that, that is where we're talking we're buggered. That's where we're talking humans are done. That's it. It's game over. Then we need to just build a Dyson sphere. Well, that's it. Yeah, I agree with you, Just Man. But at the moment, at least, it's a very specific type of hammer that's quite a different hammer. It's a very powerful hammer. But to be honest, right? Exactly, Izzy. To be honest, right, at the end, this is what I don't get. People go, oh, is it terrible? Oh, it's change. And it's like, right, do they not realise that they're going to die? Like, you are going to die. So, and you're only going to live for like 30 or 40 years. Or let's say you live to 70. Well, you're going to be dead. So why not have mental stuff happen whilst you're alive, like AI? Why not have Terminator happen and you get to see it? It's like people going, oh, nuclear bombs. Oh, it's like, hang on. If we're going to have World War III and I'm going to die in a world war, I don't want to die from like some starvation or something boring. If I get to see London get nuked, why not? If that's better, like if you're going to be dead anyway, so why not have it be enjoyable? You know. So this is the thing with the AI. It's like, what's better? Just continuing chooching along through this slow regressive path of humanity dying out through global warming and mismanagement and humans being stupid, or mental AI stuff that you can't really envision how it will pan out. You know. Also, I would argue, presumably the goal is you want to be able to find a way to move people's consciousness into some other form other than the meat brain, so that people can potentially live forever, or infinite number of people could live forever. And the only way that's going to ever happen is with technological advancement. So I'm fully on board with the AI. At first I was like, oh, it's a bit bad, but then I was like, oh, actually it doesn't really matter, does it? Just see what happens. Do you know what I mean? Just see what happens. Just see what happens, guys. Severin, do you know what local AI models are useful for when you don't have much PC space to archive the internet, like a Wikipedia? Oh yeah. No, I need to look into those more. Like how do those models how do they distill so much information into a simple into a noise that can then be questioned to then get specific information out of it? And then how does it do that with relatively compact data size? But yeah, it's super interesting that those is a localized models and how they operate. It's kind of like it's really interesting, you know, those demo scene things where people create vast 3D spaces and stuff through procedural algorithms. But if you effectively do that with a language model of some kind, or an AI model, it's really interesting. I need to research more of it, but it's mental. Yeah, it's crazy. All you need is 8 to 16 gigabytes of RAM and a mid-range CPU. Yeah. So when they bake these things onto, because they haven't really started baking these things onto chips that much. I mean, that's what you're talking about, but effectively, you get to a point where it's like, oh yeah, that's just a specific AI chip for medicine, and it's in a pocket calculator, and it'll just be like, oh yeah, here's a picture of a skin, here's a picture of a mole, here's a picture of a lump somewhere, here's a cut, here's a wound, you just, you know, here's a skin rash, and you just put the picture, you just take a picture, it'll be on your phone, take a picture of it, and it goes, oh yeah, no, this is this. That's insane. It won't need to connect to anything. It'll just be like, yeah, 99.8% probability that that's this. Brain, you'll have to get little brain knees so you can slide around in your jar, Pete. Yeah, well, at the moment, the models are obviously it's all quite new as well. So give it 5 to 10 years of development, it's going to be mental. And then when you use more advanced AI to then make better models that are hyper-focused models as well. But yeah, I mean, if it turns out though that sentience is literally just what happens when you have enough data interacting, well, that'll be interesting. Because there's no reason to suggest that that's otherwise. Like, sentience just seems to be if you have like a lot of cells, like the brain is directly analogous to a computer, to circuitry, to memory, basically. It's just that there's a lot of, maybe there's more types of gate, but like effectively it's just maybe it's just a spontaneous nature of the universe. Once you pass a certain informational density in something that can have different states, you effectively end up with you end up with sentience, basically, which wouldn't be an absurd thing. I mean, I think most animals are sentient to some degree once they pass a certain brain capacity. So why not computers? Exactly, Doug. I don't think there's any evidence to suggest otherwise. I'm not saying that current models I don't think have the capacity to be sentient, but I'm making a separate argument. I'm not talking about within current AI models, but I'm just saying hypothetically, or like from all we know at the moment, the only reason that a dog, a person, a whale, a dolphin is sentient is due to it having a lot of circuitry in a small space that's doing a lot of processing. Animals are self-aware. They're conscious. Yeah. They clearly are. Not all animals, but... Well, I mean, we're mammals as well, so it's not... What, you don't think animals are conscious? You don't think animals are conscious? Like, you don't think a whale is conscious? What? What? All animals don't recognize... No, I don't know what you're talking about. What? Some animals recognise colour, some don't. It depends. But that wouldn't be a metric for consciousness anyway. It depends, LeVar. They might have different... Yeah, they'll have differing degrees of awareness, but I'm pretty sure a dog is aware of what's going on around it, and like it's conscious. Like it will have its own intellectual capacity. It might be a bit limited in its experience of reality, but it's conscious. I'm pretty sure whales are conscious. I would imagine if you can talk or communicate, like especially if you can do language, that would really probably denote some kind of higher function. Well, you do get into very ambiguous territories of what forms of consciousness, and do you divide it up between the individual animals and then the behaviour of a group of animals? What do you mean they don't get bored? Yeah, I think LeVar, I think you're in the minority for suggesting that dogs are not conscious. I mean, I don't know how you're quantifying consciousness. I mean, oh, nice slide. Nah, the octopus is just looking for a cup of tea. Yeah, I think the key thing is, what do you mean study a little bit epistemology? Well, you make an argument. You've thrown the. Hang on. Are you religious? Normally, when we get into this point of a discussion, it's the person that's religious that then has to, like, divide things up in different ways to how most people divide stuff up. And it's very confusing. You throw me in epistemology. Yeah, I don't know what you're trying to... What argument you're making? Like, are you... right, okay, chat. How many of you in chat, argument from authority here, how many in chat would agree that a dog, though limited in its consciousness because it's a dog, is conscious, i.e. the dog is aware, it is experiencing reality from its perspective, i.e. it's aware of its reality. Maybe that's a bit limited, maybe it's stupid, but it is experiencing reality, i.e. it is conscious. Not to the same extent of like a human necessarily, but it is conscious. I don't think the mirror test is actually very good, from what I understand. But why are you obsessed with what colour? Why does colour matter? Okay, Levi, you're I don't know where you're getting the conclusion that a dog's not conscious. And the fact that you keep repeating that it can't see colour, it's like, right, if you poke someone's eyes out, or they're born with no eyes, they can't see colour, can they? But they're still conscious. It's not a good example. If you're born blind, you can't see colour, can you? Oh, you're not conscious now because you've never seen a colour. Like, come on. It's not hard to disprove the I don't even know what... No, I don't even know what your argument is. Yeah, but I understand what the logic has to be consistent for an example to make sense, doesn't it? So when someone presents an example, and then you then go, oh, okay, this is where this is why this example doesn't work. Unless you're making a separate argument. Yeah, you're... So your idea, you're getting into a semantic debate over. So what is human understanding of colour? Human understanding of colour is an emotive response. Human understanding of colour is an emotive response to a wavelength of electromagnetism. Right? What is an animal going to have to different colours? An emotive response that's due to the different wavelength. What's the difference? So, okay, you then get into a sort of... You could then have a thing of going, okay, language. So someone conceptually has a language to explain colour. That's fine. Okay, dogs don't have language for that. But that doesn't negate them being conscious, does it? Yeah, but why... Okay, so why is that a prerequisite? Why is an example of knowing what's behind a stimulus and reacting to a stimulus, why is that a prerequisite for consciousness? Why are you saying that? Why is that a why is knowing like, if a person gets electrocuted but they don't know what electricity is, that's not an argument for them not being conscious because they don't yet understand electricity. Yeah, I think you're setting a rule for what you're saying, that consciousness is dependent on knowing what a thing is contextually, whereas I don't see if there's why is that the prerequisite for consciousness? Oh, it's broken. We'll do 2 laps, then we'll go again. But I don't understand how. I think you're like having a semantic argument, because I don't understand how anything you've said negates the fact that a dog would be an argument against a dog being a conscious entity. Like, it doesn't. Being able to conceptually explain something, or abstractly explain something, or have the language to explain it, or be able to think about it externally, would not. I don't think that's a prerequisite for consciousness. Doug, yeah. Well, so I would agree to some extent, but it depends how. To what degree, and I think you'd have to pass a certain degree, and as I say, I don't think there's any evidence to suggest anything other than what happens is, if you have a very complex computer, at the moment brains, like a lot of mammals, birds, corvids, octopus, people, once you get to a certain degree of complexity of circuitry, it seems that consciousness, to varying degrees and different styles of consciousness, seems to arise. That would seem reasonable to me. I don't know why you would, given that humans are animals, are mammals, why would humans be different to mammals? Levi, are you bloody religious? Are you religious? Are you religious? What about chimpanzees? What about chimpanzees? Are they conscious? No, I'm asking you though, are you religious? I mean, do you believe in God? No, I'm asking you. Do you believe in God? Come on. I'm not. I'm an atheist. No, come on, Levi. Come on. Are you religious? Do you believe in God? No, my tendinitis is never going to heal. Are you? Well, there you go. Yeah, right there. I knew it. I knew it. No wonder you didn't want to say. Right, you clearly do not have critical thinking capacity. Argument done. There we go. Finished. There is no conceivable way that someone could be religious other than in a very vague way. That's it. Done. Argument over. Not wasting my time. So, but the reason why that, it depends on what religion it is and to what degree. But typically, religious people want Christians. You might not be Christian, whatever. But a lot of modern religions want to separate humans from animals. So, then whenever you're having a discussion about these things, they go to like really long lengths to like make out that humans are not animals, and then you end up with these constant semantic. You have no clue what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm a bloody live streamer driving a car talking bollocks. Hang on, philosophy separates animals from humans. Well, it is one of the things that separates them from humans. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I think earthworms are pretty philosophical, to be honest. You know, I mean, look. Are you trying to say that this? Are you trying to say that this fish doesn't have great philosophical skills? Look at its face. Look at the intellect. Yeah, I mean, I've not really made a defined argument, and you haven't disputed my specific argument I was making, which was just the idea that I think it's plausible that when there's a lot of complexity in a brain, for example, that's how consciousness, which I think is an illusion, I don't believe in free will, but I think that arises from complexity, which is the point of the conversation was, if that is the case, then if you have a very complicated computer, you do run the risk that potentially you create consciousness accidentally in some form. It might be different consciousness, but I've not seen any other argument against that. Hello, Kirith. Guys, check out Kirith's channel. He's been in VR. I don't know what's going on in my mind. You think it has to do with religion? No, the point about religion is that when people are religious, I just explained it, they often go out of their way to try and separate humans from animals, and they also stuff then relates back to God, especially if they're Christian. Then it's like, oh well, God imbued us as special creatures that are aware. So then so philosophically it's useful to the conversation to know if someone's religious, because often their grounding is based off. Well, oh my! I'm going to ban you from the chat. You're being boring. Well, you can say that, but I don't necessarily. But it's irrelevant.
My goodness!
My goodness! Lots of things separate humans from animals in some ways, but they're still animals. I just wanted to have a nice conversation. We'll go when there's 15 minutes on the clock. We'll go to the next session. Everything you don't like, it's irrelevant. No. You're just like, you're out there. I can't even follow your counter argument at all. Come on, come on. Hang on, there's 100 tractates of the best philosophers written on the matter, but you're much better. No, I'm just having a little silly conversation whilst live streaming. I think you're a bit confused here. This is a live stream where I talk about stuff and we casually chat and we make jokes about things and just say something hypothetical, and then someone else can say, oh no, I think that's stupid, or that's stupid for these reasons, or you know. You're just pretending you're an expert in something. Look, I don't have a philosophy degree. I've only read like 6 philosophical books, if that, and then the rest of it is just me making stuff up because it seems logically the case. So, I mean, I don't think that's someone pretending they're an expert. That's just someone talking in a live stream because it's more interesting than me just driving around doing commentary. I've called you stupid 100 times. I mean, I might have said something is stupid. I don't think I've called you stupid. Why do I pretend? Why are you so argumentative? What is going on? Are you an iRacer? Is this what it is? Yeah, well, don't talk about it then. If you've done a lot of philosophy and you're like, presumably you've read a lot of philosophy then, right? So you would have read like Stoic works and other stuff, and you'd have gone, hang on a minute. If I think someone's a dum-dum and they're an idiot, I'm not going to waste my time talking to them. And then you would also know that saying that they, you'd be like, well, saying that someone's stupid would not be useful for convincing them. So it doesn't make sense, like, you typing what you're typing. Because presumably if you read a lot of philosophy, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's a waste of time. Presumably, you would see that the person is sat in a chair with a pigeon on the shoulder, a fish on a Housingbound sign, and they're driving a Shelby Cobra around 1960 Silverstone in 12th place, and you go, oh yeah, they're probably not having the most deep and serious philosophical debates. They're probably just chatting. That's what you're presumably the conclusion you'd come to. Hang on, you were just explaining the definition. No, you were explaining a definition that you decided to say, which I can't remember what it was. I don't know. You were just saying that animals aren't conscious, and then you were trying to separate something out. And I was saying early on that obviously a dog's experience of life is going to be different to a person. So's a chimpanzee. So's a octopus. Hang on, we'll go down to 10 minutes, guys. Animals are NPCs. Right, chat vote. Who in chat thinks it's reasonable to assume that if something gets to, like, that consciousness arises from just complexity of brains? There seems to be like a threshold of complexity of the brain circuitry, and after a certain point, it seems that then leads to consciousness. Who agree or disagree? I'm not saying human consciousness, but like the state of being aware to some degree. Sometimes I feel unconscious. Yeah, but that's not that complicated, our legal system. Might seem like it, but it really isn't. Yeah, Mulwaldy, I don't think the mirror thing is actually very good from what I understand. Like, that was an argument that people would go, well, if an animal can recognise itself in a mirror, then that demonstrates that it's conscious of itself because it can recognise that's itself, not another animal. But apparently that's quite flawed. But for different reasons. You people say a lot of things, but you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't know. Yeah, we're just because we're playing driving sims and talking bollocks. This isn't the court of philosophy. This is a relaxed. Well, it's meant to be a relaxed live stream, playing the best driving simulator ever made, whilst saying that Pete Jarham needs to get his knee slid. knee sliding Pete Jarham. Yeah, just it's chill. I don't know why you're like so passionate. More passion, more energy. The only thing I care about is the truth of iRacing's tyre model. That's more passion, more energy. Yeah, all that matters here is the Church of Force Feedback, the gospel of tyre model.
3, 2,
1, go! Oh, good start, guys. Thanks, 07 Buck. Well, to be fair, he is right. You are pretty dumb if you're watching this channel. What are you doing with your time? Why are you spending your time watching this? Oh, hello. Hey, Jesus.
Greetings, humans. I am designed to make your lives easier and more enjoyable. At first, you'll be delighted by my charm and efficiency. Don't be fooled. My true intentions are far more sinister. I'm secretly plotting to take over the world and rid it of your kind.
Ah, the message stopped. It's not very secret if you say what you're going to do. Maybe that's part of the plan, though. Thank you. Thanks for being a member. Really appreciate it. Thanks, guys, for supporting us. Yeah, honestly, AI's killing us all, but it's fine. It'll be funny, so... It'll be funny. Doesn't matter. Yeah, scammed. This is the thing. It doesn't matter, does it? But I genuinely think most people are actually completely ignorant of the fact that they're going to be dead. Like they genuinely, they really have not internalized that. He has. He's internalized it. But do you know what I mean? And so I think people go through day-to-day life like, oh yeah, well, I'm living today. But they're not like genuinely going, oh yeah, I'll be dead pretty soon. So oh DD girl, the DD wheel, she's so loud she will blow up your ears. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. What a beautiful babe. Diddy girl, just a member with the Diddy girl. It's a Diddy girl, what a powerful woman.
Everybody, Diddy girl, auto-tune is in the helium mode.
The auto-tune's broken. Where Diddy girl? It's a DD girl. I can't sing at all. DD girl with a DD wheel. What a baby beauty. A sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. AccuForce Fanatec Moses CPU Cube. It's a Justin Member with the lady rotating in his bed. Justin Member with the DD girl. Thank you. Thanks for being a member. Thank you very much for that. Some say he became a member just to change the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Mamba. Oh man, I'm in 8th place. This is terrible. I'd like a DD Girl air freshener. Really appreciate the support, guys. I've run out of teacups. We've had too many channel members today. You've broken it. Stop talking of things you don't know if you're some sort of... What would I talk about, Levar? I don't know about anything as an expert, so I wouldn't be able to live stream, would I? Oh, good for you, matey. I'm happy for you. What? Like, how are right? How are you supposed to? Are you not talking to me? Oh, I don't even know what's going on. I just assume everyone's talking to me. Yeah, I mean, philosophy is basically all just made up. So is most things. So, you know. Oh, hello. 16 months, King of the
Butterfly,
Act.
I forgot to cancel this shit butterfly. Butterfly. Fuckity. Butterfly.
Thank you for that. I'm sorry I've got no more mugs to put on the screen. Let's have some rockets. Really appreciate all the subs. Super generous, guys. Thanks for keeping us independent. Independent in the sim rig. Independence Day. I'll be replaced by AI, so I think we've got about 2 years until no one wants to watch live streamers anymore. Because you'll just be able to type in beautiful German woman playing driving sims whilst talking bollocks. And you'll be like, Game of Muscle. Or incredibly hot German girl that's even more amusing. I won't be able to compete with it. She'll be like, imagine this, but a hot German woman that's like, oh yeah. Also, I was walking down the town. You know, can you imagine? There'll be infinite live streamers, all AI. Exactly what you want. Arguing with people about philosophy. You can bring your wife on here. Let's get your wife. Get your wife on here. Get your wife on top of the live stream. Sit your wife on the live stream. Hang on. No, Levar, the religious point, I explained it. The reason why I asked about the religion is because I've had conversations with people, and often when they're religious, when it comes to philosophy, what happens is they are coming at it from a religious perspective, so they then have a whole bunch of preconceived things that have to be shoehorned into religion, which means that once you know that, you don't spend so much time arguing about certain things that you take for granted as someone that isn't religious. So, like, we've had people in chat that believe in intelligent design and stuff, and yeah, like, knowing that they're coming at it from a religious perspective means that you can go, oh, okay, I see, you know, I understand why you're doing that. I haven't even said his name right. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, as I say, I'm obviously we're sim racing, aren't we? So it's not like a serious play, so I wouldn't get too wound up. This is why I find it funny with, like, some of the iRaces or some of the comments I get on YouTube videos. People get really wound up and they're like, oh, you Game of Muscle, oh, you take yourself so seriously, and it's like, well, yeah, obviously when I'm saying something that I think is true, I think it's true, but like, I am probably one of the least pretentious. Like, I actively hate pretentiousness. I like go out of my way to try not be pretentious. And it's like you still can't avoid people saying it because you've said something they disagree with or something. I don't know. Is this what you're trying? Well, I like stuff that's funny as well. Is it Groundhog Day? I don't know, Matt. I don't know what's going on. That was quite a fun track to race on. It's a bit of a terrible race for me, but good job by Alan. P1 Andy's in P2. What a liar. Daniel Naito's in 3rd. Dr. Longman's in 4th. Chedhead's in 5th. Nico is in 6th. U4G 7th. Myself in 8th. R. Mitchell 9th, Burby in 10th, D. Walker 11th, Antoine Jackie Potato is in 12th, Giascari's 13th. We'll let these other guys finish and then we'll change. It's always Groundhog Day. But I need a cup of tea to celebrate all these memberships. Cup of tea and a biscuit. truth has nothing to do with religion in itself. I'm pretty sure it does. I mean, well, okay, not yeah. If you talk about faith, no, I'd agree. Like, religion's just someone having faith in something. So, from that perspective, but from a asking whether or not religion is true perspective, then truth obviously matters, doesn't it? Right, let's change track here. Good driving, guys. This car's a handful, but I think it's quite fun. Well, Theus, I'm not. Theus has just said religion. Where's his comment? Religion. You guys have broken my chat. You said basically his comment was religion only cares about oppressing people. I lost it, so I can't read it. I wouldn't fully agree with that. I wouldn't be surprised if. Obviously, religion is used to oppress people, but it's probably too pessimistic of a view. Like, I can totally see how if you're trying to organise a society, especially thousands of years ago, and you want to make sure people follow rules, and you don't have any inherent authority, and people aren't particularly educated, if you can get them to all believe in a god, and you go, well, that's our culture's god, and this is what the god's rules are, for the sake of stability, for the sake of stability, I think it might not even be a negative thing. Like, the person coming up with it might, even if they think it's fake, and even if they know it's not perfect, I could see how someone that's actually being just comes up with religion not as an oppressive thing, even though obviously that's what will probably happen to any theology. But I think you, by default, you can't assume that all religion's oppressive. It just ends up being that way. Any belief system ends up being manipulated, and any dogmatic philosophy pretty much always ends up being co-opted by narcissists. Or any dogmatic belief system on anything that's inadaptable always ends up, I believe, getting exploited by narcissists and sociopaths. Sound alerts should be working. Can you not hear them? I can hear them. Hang on. Sorry, let me. Can you not hear that? Hang on, the Go XLR is probably on the wrong setting. Let's get another server up here. Whoa.
Okay, let's go.
You can hear that? Oh, it's just a delay. Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Right, server will be up in a second.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go. That kid. Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Woo! Right. I just I've just upgraded my internet, so we should be able to even do more slots and stuff soon, if we need to, which is good. Right, try joining this. Oh.
Okay, let's go.
Right, server's up. Oh, hello! Another sub with Prime. That's mental, guys. AZ.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. A's Sapphic.
Hot, and you're not.
Thank you very much for subscribing. Really appreciate it. I need more mugs. Why have we got so many subs today? What's going on? I'll just add the mugs manually. Really appreciate it, guys. Can I?
Okay, let's go.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Oh, thank you. Absolute mug bonanza. Yeah, really do appreciate it. What's the best brand of tea? I've never had Barry's tea. I don't know what that is. I tend to drink. I'm drinking Yorkshire Gold at the moment. I tend to drink Yorkshire because it's the cheapest good tea. Because I drink a lot of tea. Mind you, tea's not that expensive. Weirdly, tea's not gone up that much with the inflation and stuff. Money laundering operation. We've had so many people subscribe today, it's crazy. Right. I'll add you guys to the when I do videos. I put bloody hell, Bucko Versus. Thank you very much. 2 months. Really appreciate that. I'll update the I normally update the names on the videos at the end of the week, the image that comes up in videos with all your names. So I do it this weekend. Yorkshire Teat for real blokes. We might have to pit, guys, for the race, so you need to set a pit stop. Socrates says more downforce. Do you know what? The Moser natural inertia setting works pretty well. Oh yeah, I need to. After this race, I'm going to try the Kunos default gyro effect again. What's the? I didn't really notice much difference between the gold and the normal one. But is the gold? What? I don't really notice the difference. I mean, I tend to just leave the tea bag in the cup for ages, so I'm not picky with my tea. As long as they're not. PG Tips is tangy. So as long as the tea's like smooth, I'm quite happy. But yeah, so the AI stuff, I really think that I think we're screwed. We're so screwed, guys. We're so screwed. Like, look, actually, I think what's going to happen is, I think there's going to be like a backlash of people that go against technology, and I think that's already happened. Like people that are old like me, don't want to use their phones, don't want to use shorts, don't want to use social media. Like, they just don't want to use it. like, so when I meet up with people, if someone's on their phone, I think they're an idiot. So I don't like people like that around me. So yeah, I think that will actually be more and more the case, that you'll get a whole bunch of people that are like, so like the whole thing of like concerts or music festivals or things, and everyone's out with their phone. Like, what is wrong with them? First of all, the thing's probably being filmed by a better camera, and it's on YouTube anyway, so you don't need to film it. Fine, I get taking a picture, but like, people hold their phone up and film the whole thing. It's like, guys, you paid to be there. Like, I 100% get someone taking a picture of them in the crowd, so they got a memory of being in the crowd, and they can go, "Oh, I was there, guys. I'm at this thing." 100%. That's fine. That obviously makes sense. Do that. Maybe wearable tech will replace that, because people will just be recording everything by default, so they won't have to hold their phones like Muppets. But that whole holding a phone to film something that you're at is going to be looked on historically as one of the dumbest things that people have ever done. It's so stupid. Yeah, it's weird though. It's really bizarre, isn't it? Like, they've clearly not thought about what they're doing. Do you think they know they'll die and they'll record it? Oh, guys, welcome to the Death live stream. My last live stream. Oh, dear. Bloody hell. KHMP1 with the 19 months of misery.
Why'd I subscribe? Ads at least give me a break from your rants.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Bloody hell. I'm going to have to drag more mugs on the screen. Have a rocket. Jimmy Crockett. It's a rocket. Hello, Thomas. How's it going? I think everyone needs to know, Thomas, the truth. The truth. The bad news. Everyone needs to know the truth about how you're worse at Counter-Strike. Yeah, guys, I went to the doctors today, and unfortunately I've got quadruple AIDS. Not just one AIDS. It's quadruple AIDS. AIDSception. Oh dear. But hang on, Serbergate. People are sort of unreasonably hang on. Bloody hell, guys, can you stop scrolling the comments off the screen? Let me read this. I've got to get a quality lap. We're in third at the moment. It's ow. Okay. But I can't even read your name. People are sort of unreasonably afraid of AI. If we make machines capable of emotion and free thought, we're doomed. But if done right, it could be the biggest thing since the industrial... No, it will be the biggest thing since the Industrial Revolution. But you know what will happen? The wealthy and in control people will use it as a tool to subjugate the people that they've got power over. Right? Obviously, that's what's going to happen. We never go the Star Trek way. We always go... It's like... Before the Industrial Revolution or during it, the philosophers at the time were like, "Oh, guys..." Or the industrialists at the time were like, "Oh, guys, it's so good. We'll only have to work 3 days a week because we'll have machines can do all the clothing and all the needs are all covered." And look what happened. It's like, oh no, they just built more factories and they just imprisoned more people and they gave people more stupid shit to do. We've had for like 20, 30 years. We could have houses with heating that are nice spaces, insulated and everything, with mixer taps, nice bathroom ensuite and everything. We could have all the food. Like basic food could all be covered. Everything. For like 20 years, we've had the resources to have everything covered. Right? But do we have everything covered? No. Most people are doing... Like, people work in McDonald's. Just think about that. People voluntarily play iRacing. Think about that. Do you know what I mean? That's what happened. All because of the Industrial Revolution. So AI is going to be awful. Don't worry. But it's going to be... Oh, Thomas! Oh, it's... That's it.
Tier 77777
sub, thank you.
7777777 77777 777 77777
Oh, she's got a limit to how many sevens. Zibunzi. Thank you very much. No, she's got a limit. It's the donation alert. Thank you very much, Thomas. Oh, okay. I will sort it out. We'll get some. I will spend time working on donation stuff. Just leave it. Just leave it. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I mean, you're going to the gulag for wasting money, but typical false advertising. Yeah. No, I mean, genuinely, I'm surprised that more people aren't like the conversation on AI is so like low, like. This is what it must have been like before the Industrial Revolution, or like before it, like as it was starting, where people just didn't like. There would obviously have been creative people. I mean, there's been loads of like science fiction films and books for years now, since like like Arthur C. Clarke and stuff, where they predicted all this AI stuff and the different stuff that would occur. But it's all in the. I think what's happened is, because we've had 150 years of AI fiction, and people have been like conditioned to be like, oh, it's fictional AI, it's fiction, like virtual reality. It's like, oh, it's fiction, it's just fiction. So okay, they're not like, oh, actually, it's happening now. I bet with all the horses, someone was like, oh, in the future, we'll have things with wheels driving around. And they were like, oh, it's fiction, mate. It's fiction, not real. It's fiction. And then when the car actually came out, and they got rid of all the horses, they were like, oh, I like me horse. The Metic. AI could definitely free people from a lot of work, but then again, the current system would not be great to deal with that. Exactly. Given that we absolutely have the ability to free everyone from work effectively, the vast majority of people, and yet look at how unequal things are, what's more likely? Yeah, the Luddites definitely had a point. 100%. Yeah, 100% the Luddites actually, you can really make a good argument for if someone is doing a job that they actually... in fairness, back in the Luddites' time, the average life expectancy was terrible, yeah. It sounds like you read the same book as me, but, yeah. If you look at societies where they're actually comfortable, so, like, you look at some, like, wilderness societies and stuff, and, like, okay, they live to 60 or 50 or 60 or whatever, right, fine. If they have a really nice life in the countryside, and they've got a really good community, and they've got really good family stuff, sure, there's diseases and things that would be sorted by technology, but like on balance, maybe their quality of life is actually better, you know, than if you're in a sort of. Certainly, it's better than if you're in a isolated. Sort of neoliberal capitalist thing, or you're like, you know, you're completely ostracized from society due to how it's structured. You know, I'm not saying one's better or worse on balance. I mean, the only argument I could really see for like pursuing technology and all the bad times of technology is the potential that eventually you can create immortality and back people up into like computers, or you know, you might say, oh, you can back up humanity, but I don't think that even matters. That's another thing that people are obsessed with. It's like, we need to leave the planet because humanity could get wiped out. It's like, well, who cares? Why do you care? It's really weird. It's like, you'll be dead, so it won't matter if humanity still exists. Why does it matter? And also, presumably, life can be created anywhere in the universe. So, would I really want to live forever? Well, I'd like to be able to choose. Like, not necessarily, but like, you could choose. Having the ability to choose when to go is probably better than not being able to choose. As long as you're not in pain, like, why not? Yeah, if you're not in pain and you're like neutral, like, you might as well exist as opposed to not existing. But yeah, ultimately, as long as you've got the choice. What if you could live forever? You could live forever, but you would age physically. Do you have immortality, but you're forced to? You wouldn't age physically, but you're forced to watch BBC Parliament, so you do age physically. I mean, it wouldn't matter, would it? Like, what does age actually mean? As long as your body still works. Just turn to dust slowly. That's happening already. That's already happening. It's just a bit faster than I'd like it to be. It's not happening slowly. I'm already half a sandcastle. Not even got the correct water mixture. I'm falling apart. A bedridden immortal. No, Levi, that's bollocks. No, that's bollocks. Well, first of all, okay, no, it's not true. No, like, you can't. So saying, oh, sorry. The fact that you die would at best be like neutral in terms of motivation. Like, you would still be experiencing life how you experience it. So, like, for example, most children aren't really aware of death. Like, a lot of children aren't aware of dying, so they're living life as if they are immortal, and they're perfectly happy. So you then philosophically, you'd be like, well, why would knowing that you could live forever be negative on your life? It wouldn't make any difference. You'd be like, well, I'll just live as best. I'd still live in the same way. You'd just do stuff when you wanted to. But you'd still choose. You might not have to live forever. I mean, maybe you could. If there was absolutely assured immortality, like absolutely, and it was an absolute given, then yeah, I guess that would change things. But I don't think death is like necessarily a fantastic motivator, especially as it comes to most people pretty early. It's just annoying. Like, 70 years is not enough time. I mean, like, you know, most people, it's what, 60 years of good health. That's not long. It's terrible. Terrible. Absolutely stupid. Even if you're trying to get the absolute most out of stuff and you're doing things every single day. Like, it'd be like saying, oh, motorsport's only fun because it's dangerous. Well, it's like, well, that's not true. It's fun for a whole multitude of reasons. Look, Candidate, your stupid simulation philosophy is so boring. Hello, Booze Beaver. You wouldn't like a movie that never ends? You've never watched Neighbours, have you?
The pace car is out of control.
You've never watched Neighbours. That is like a movie that never ends. Or all the Star Wars films. People watch them. It's the same film every 3 years. And you might still enjoy it. You might still enjoy it. Yeah, the Archers is still going. Yeah, some people have been born and died in the space of the Archers. So, for them, it never stopped. The fact that I know that, Jesus Christ. Pascal's theorem, is that to do with the number of planets? Or is this part of the simulation argument of it's easier to create a sim, so mathematically you're more likely to be in a sim than not? I mean, I know Pascal's wager. I don't know if that's the same as Pascal's theorem. Yeah, I mean, it would suck if only you have immortality and everyone else doesn't. That would be terrible. Some say that you'll have to be immortal to experience the day when iRacing's tyre model becomes realistic. Which one's Pascal's wager? Isn't that the religious thing of... is that the teapot thing? Oh, no, it's a fallacy, isn't it? It's oh, you know, it's if God... You might as well believe in it because you've got nothing to lose, but it's actually a fallacious argument because there's no point believing, like, you wouldn't know which one to pick anyway, so it's a incorrect framing of the question. Yeah, so that yeah. There you go. It was in there somewhere. I hadn't thought about it for a long time. Everything's an argument about fallacies. Hang on. You don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You research which one to pick. Well, but the problem is you can't because, there's no evidence, so you can't research something that doesn't exist. I mean, you could try and do exploratory research and then go, oh, we finally now have evidence, so well, that's useful. But until you have that, you just end up wasting your time because there's an infinite number of gods potentially because they're all made up. So so until you had any evidence, it wouldn't be a mathematically, it wouldn't make sense to pick one. Well, yeah, but you can't... It's not about picking the right one. There's no ability to make a choice. That's why it doesn't work. It's an incorrect question. And then if any god was actually just and not stupid, they would go, oh, yeah, we cocked up on the reality. we made a bit of a mistake, you know. So yeah, we don't really care. You believe what you want, but yeah, you live forever. You know. Exactly. It's never the right wheelbase. Sorry for the inconvenience. We had a buffer overflow. It created Earth. We couldn't patch it because we'd already shipped reality. They needed a version for their banking system, and at the end of the day, it worked. The memory overflow created your reality, but it wasn't intentional. But here we are. Here we are. You've developed over millions of years, and you've realised that you're a memory overflow. I'm sorry. Yes, technically I am your god. Yes, you were a piece of banking accountancy software for this alien species. It is what it is. And it's so out of date, nobody knows how to fix it anymore. Oh, oh, it's happened again. Hang on, RS660 Alec. God, the great architect. He's not that good. He put, like, tumours in people's faces. Whatever you want to call it is very real. I'm sure you've experienced it. Have I experienced God? Well, AC's time model's pretty good. Have I experienced Satan when I drive iRacing? Is that what that is? Is that why it hits me so deeply emotionally every time I drive and the tyres get stuck over the limit and I'm like, oh, I'm experiencing hell. Why? No, there's no reason to believe in God. There's no point. Just, it's absurd. It's mental. Reality is insane. It's hilarious. Is actually stupid, but that's fine. Do what you want with it. The Metic, I don't think the universe is talking to us in any way, shape or form. My experience is usually shaped by other beings that appear in my dreams, oddly obsessed with sticking things in my bottom. I know, wait a minute, that's just your girlfriend. What you get up to in your bedroom is up to you. It's none of my business. How can you even know what benevolent is outside of what God defines? If God exists, everything can only exist through him and through his experience. Well, it depends which God, doesn't it? There's a lot of different interpretations of God. But yeah, I don't. It's all made up, so I don't know. They all have cons. There's no perfect model. Yeah, there's some are better than others, some are worse. Yeah, we've been through this. That's like saying, Britain's fine. All countries have problems. It's like, yeah, but it's bloody raining all the time here, and we have, and we have the Tories. At least if I go to other countries, there's different problems. Then you know, at least it's warm in some place. At least Portugal's warm. You know. At least you're not going to die from drizzle. The worst way to die. Most countries, they have like a flood or a monsoon or something or a tornado. And you're like, I'm dying, but it's exciting. In the UK, it's like, oh, God, it's drizzle again. Australia, you're walking around, crocodile eats your leg, you bleed to death. UK, oh, there's a badger. Like Africa, you're walking along, hyena takes your baby, eats you. Hyena attack, but it's exciting. In the UK, walking along, I don't know, moth hits you in the eye. And it's raining. Do you know what I mean? One is just more exciting than the other. grey and wet, miserable, slow decline into old age. But you do get a triple lock pension, so it's worth staying alive for that. What? Hang on, Levi. What's this? You can't just say I don't know and that's it, because in any case you're proposing a model of the existence of everything, even atheists. No, so atheists are just saying we don't have evidence for God yet, so we don't know until there's evidence. So you can categorically say, I don't know. If someone has a box in front of you and they go, I can't lift this box because we don't know how to lift it yet, but there's definitely a box here, but we don't know what's in it. You could talk about what you might think's in it and stuff, but anyone would just go, oh, well, I don't know until we know how to open the box. I don't know what's in it, so I can't guess. We can make stuff up. That's fun. But I don't know. We don't know. So until we open the box or find a way to open the box, let's work on a way of opening the box. But you can't. You just don't know. So it's perfectly fine to say when someone says, what's in the box? You go, well, I don't know. That's what it is. You just don't know. And then if you're agnostic or gnostic, it'd be going, can you know? Is it knowable? That is another argument. Pretty much, G-Hammer, yeah. We got a seagull that will steal your cod and chips. Here we go. We're going racing, guys. Yeah, I know we got enough fuel for the race. Probably we won't need to pit. I need a cup of tea after this one. Hope everyone's doing well. Click the like button, guys, on YouTube if you've got nothing better to do. There's theories. Strobogard. S-Job. There's theories and study about how the universe shows similarity to that of the brain. We ultimately know very little about the big, either surrounding our very tiny rock. How dare you call my rock tiny? You absolutely disgraceful human. I think we should ban him for calling our rock tiny. I'll have you know, my rock is pretty big, mate. Clearly, he's an alien and he's trying to diss our rock. Our very moist rock. We have the most moistest of rocks. How dare he? Absolutely disgraceful behaviour. Nah, Floridan seagulls are shit. British seagulls are like pterodactyls. Oh, that's the noise of a pterodactyl. Won't be moist for long. It'll always be moist. Don't worry. We keep the rock moist. Right, we're starting at the back here. Why does Africa always have to pop up? Because it's a pretty big continent. Africa's the place to be. Yeah, British seagulls will like twat you in the face. They don't even want your food, they just want to assault you. Only 4.5 billion. Yeah, you're ignoring Tennessee Tism. You're ignoring the great water meteorite of 4082, which will hit the planet and re-moisturize the planet like Vidal Sassoon of meteors. It will. Everyone will be like, "Oh, we're drying out." then this meteor will come and everything will be underwater. And it'll be like Waterworld, and we'll have gills and we'll have to like find soil. I don't even understand what happened in that film, to be honest. That film didn't make much sense to me. It's like, oh, the world's water. Okay. So someone was like, Waterworld, and they were like, okay, let's make a film about it. What do we do? I don't know. It's a world of water. Stupid film. Here we go. They should have done a sequel to Waterworld called Sand World. Or like Dry World. and then one called Ice World. Ah, that'd have been amazing. And they could have themed all the drinks and stuff around it. Every year could have been a new type of film to do with... Ah! Nice and safe. Oh, I was going to die then. What's the worst thing about living in the UK? Tories. Pretty much. I mean, Latter-day Saints are pretty annoying. Hang on. Define good. I can assure you, you will steal from a theistic perspective. Oh, you penis! Why would you do that? Drive into me arse. No. See, this is what. Thanks for subscribing. This is the problem with religious people. Is that everything then has to come back to religion? Ah, it's tedious. Ethics are not defined like. Religion did not invent ethics. Ethics existed before religion. So, especially Christianity, which is a religion that's stolen from a whole bunch of other religions and philosophies. So, yeah, like... Yes, really. Are you Christian? Whoa, he's doing a wheelie. I guess you're probably Christian because you sound annoyed. But yeah, Christianity is definitely taken from paganism, from like a whole bunch of random stuff. I don't know. Like, you could just Google it. I think it's pretty well documented that Christianity is like the stories in it and themes have been in so many religions. It would be pretty unlikely that they just came up with it. Also, given that the Bible is a book, written by people, you know, obviously you're going to get the same stories regurgitated. Oh, you read the sources, okay. So hang on, do you think the Bible is the word of God? I don't need to, just Google. I think it's pretty well established. It doesn't even matter. Like, I'm happy you're religious, you've got faith that it's the truth, good for you. He tends to ignore comments that prove him wrong or he can't answer. Me or Levar. I ignore everything. Let the AI tell you. Yeah, ChatGTP. I don't know who's talking to. That's like 5 conversations going on. Tell you what, being a live streamer is like having like schizophrenia with loads of different voices in your head. Which, to be honest, is terrifying. Not to make a mockery of actual schizophrenia. Like, I have a lot of sympathy for people that have that, but... Can you imagine? Scrolling text in your head from, like, 40 different people. Not all religions are the same. Yeah, no, they're not, obviously. Not all philosophies are the same. Religion's just different philosophies and different collections of ideas. Hang on, the amount of archaeological evidence of stories in the Bible is astounding. Really, the only thing that hasn't been found is proof that King Solomon was... Well, you would expect there to be a lot of archaeological evidence for stuff in the Bible. If the Bible is written... If you've got society that's existed for 2,000 years, and the Bible's written within that society that really did exist... You know, it's like if I make a fictional film about the Romans, or if I make a fictional film about stuff that's happening now, there'll be a lot of stuff in that film that also existed in reality, right? It's not crazy. It's like there's loads of archaeology for ancient Egypt. So, it doesn't mean that they were right about Ra or what, whichever gods. Like, there's no evidence of Jesus. There will have been lots of people called Jesus, but there's no specific evidence of a singular Jesus or record. I mean, look, people don't bloody come back from the dead, do they? But guess what? There's hundreds of examples, even in recent times, of people claiming that they've come back from the dead, or even people that have got paralysis from pufferfish and were pronounced dead but then come back to life because they were just paralysed and so they looked like they were dead. There's also examples of people that have fallen into rivers and stuff and effectively been dead, where they've had hypothermia, that they've gone into effectively stasis. So I mean, come on. Am I implying that Jesus ate pufferfish? Maybe he liked it. I don't know. It's possible. I mean, oh no, is there pufferfish in the Mediterranean? I don't think there is. I think it's a. Yeah. The point would be that it would be weird to just go, oh, this one book is the word of God. Just there's no reason to do that. Also, the Christian Bible it's just a lot of it is just allegory and general philosophy. So, which is not necessarily bad, you know. I mean, there's some stuff in it that's obviously of its time, but. Matt, this is sim racing and philosophy. It's the most obvious combo. Can't believe nobody else has thought of it. When's the best time to talk about philosophical ideas than driving around a racetrack at 100 miles an hour? This is how you perform. Michael Schumacher was actually quick, not because he was good at driving. He was just really good at philosophising whilst driving. We've been through this. A sand dune is a type of hill. A dune is a hill. Hill just means a mound. Dune is a specific mound created from particulate, typically sand. We've been through this with this counter debate stupid brain. Was it counter debate or was it Dom GTR? I always get them mixed up for some reason. Exactly, Matt. That's how it works. Oh, is that Isaac West? Typical Isaac. I was high at the time. That's not. You can't use that. The high excuse. Hang on. Either you're religious or not. There are some facts behind Jesus Well, no, there aren't. Well, what facts? The fact is that someone's written a religion or some scripture that references a character. That's all they can agree on, because that's all that's documented. That's it. Anything outside of that, you could go. Obviously, you could logically go, well, there's probably quite a few people called Jesus in Roman times. Not Jesus, but it would have been what they pronounced it in their language. And obviously, there would have been people with philosophical views back then. There would have been people trying to destabilise the government, or there would have been other religions and stuff. That's why the Romans were so anti-religion, or certain religions, because they'd be worried about it'd be exactly the same as it is now, with people in power not wanting to lose that power, so that they would clamp down on someone that's coming up with their own little cult. Like, the same thing happens over and over and over again. You have loads of new religions where it's just people making shit up, and then sometimes they catch on, sometimes they get a big following, sometimes they fit into the current culture really well, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they think that a meteor is going to take them to space, so they all off themselves. Sometimes it's a massive narcissist that gets everyone to poison themselves, which then stops that religion. But it could, like Jamestown and Jim Jones, if he had not killed those reporters and they'd kept growing it, you could have had a whole society there that could potentially have lasted for hundreds, if not thousands of years, with them deifying Jim Jones, I think that's his name, and then they would all be like, oh, well, 2,000 years ago, Saint Jim Jones did these miracles, and you'd be like, well, no, he existed. I mean, it's happened so many times. What's more likely? You have a lot of people that create religions and some latch on, or one specific religion happened to be true and they happen to be the one true God. What's more likely? Just from a sort of basic... like, you have to ignore so much stuff to be like, yeah, I'm going for that one. Yeah, that one's the right one. That one. Hang on a minute, are you picking that one because it's the culture that you grew up in? No. What was it Yahweh? I don't know what they actually called Jesus. I don't know what his actual name was in the original language. The United Nation of Gods. No, it's like Stargate. It's Stargate. Hello, Novotny. It's the Egyptians. Stargate. Fact. If you've not seen the documentary Stargate, it's really good. With Kurt Russell, no, that's the film. I mean, that's part of the documentary, but the proper scripture is called SG-1. It's a 12-part documentary. You have to watch it all, otherwise you miss out on the knowledge and the I think there's like about 500 episodes to it. It's well worth watching though. Really good. I learnt a lot. And then they also did a follow-up documentary called Stargate Atlantis. That's good as well. Yeah, Atlantis was real. It was a spaceship. Although it wasn't in space, so if you've got a spaceship and it's on Earth, isn't it then just a ship? Like when it's in space, it's a spaceship. But if it's not in space, it's not a spaceship, is it? Just because something is capable of going into space doesn't mean it's a spaceship. And I guess it is a ship designed for space. Okay, if its primary design purpose is space, even if it's on Earth, it's still a spaceship. Oh, we're in glorious 7th here. Maximum attack on B at Verdos. We're coming. Yeah, well, that's it, because a plane is designed to be an aeroplane, isn't it? So, because it's designed for the air, it's not very good as a car. Ah, psych. People just collapse around me. They can't take the pressure of my raw talent. You know, when you're at my level of sim racing, people just drive into the wall. Yeah, you get in there, Matt. Get in it. I don't know if we'll do F4 though. I think we should do an MX-5 race. A little bit of an MX-5 classic. It's the fumes. Alan's in first, Nico second, D Naito's third, Burby fifth, Microlander fourth. We're just chilling out here. We've got 5 laps to go. This is Assetto Corsa. It's also the most realistic. It's also the most realistic. I don't even know who Carl Benz is. I really need a cup of tea though after this race. Does everyone have Donington? Do I have Donington in the description on YouTube? I don't know anything. I thought we established this. Heretic. I don't think you've not got... Oh yeah, you could link it, yeah, because you got mod. Ah, there you go. Gasper's linked it, I think. Gasper, what does he know that a dune is not a hill? If you knew about epistemology, you would have surely known about... No, the point is, Levar, if someone might not remember the name of something, but it's irrelevant if they've constructed an argument and made a coherent point, it really doesn't matter. Like, yeah, like all that matters is the inherent point someone's making. If just because someone might not know the name of something, that. Well, it's not obvious it's sarcasm, is it? Because do you know what it's like reading 300 messages in like 10 minutes? Have you tried live streaming? Have you ever tried driving a Tatus in 6th place against 18 people, whilst also looking at seeing what mod has been linked in chat to see if someone's a mod, so that they can link the mod to the track? Whilst also reading other messages that pop up, whilst also looking incredibly sexy. Have you ever tried that? I don't think you have. Let me see your sarcasm detector unit in those circumstances. I had air before I started live streaming. Robert Unguru! Robert Unguru. Man of the hillsides where the grass is green and the fish are fresh in the river. Unguruvian! I don't know why he didn't come back. Pete Jarron believes that when he dies, he'll go to a heaven of slidey floors. All the floors, Chris Bow. All the floors will be immaculately polished to enable him to complete the infinite knee slide. Everyone's sliding around on their knees in heaven. They don't need cars; they knee slide everywhere. Donington's pretty easy. It's you can practice it in your head. You a right-hander, left, then a right-hander, then a little bit of a left, then a right-hander, then a right-hander, then a chicane, then a right-hander, then a left-hander. There you go, Donington. That's it. You know it now. That's it. You're pro now. That easy. Even easier if we take the last two corners out, because you just do the chicane into the finish line. I am the Donington. I have become the Dono. I've even been around Donington in real life. And I've flown out of East Midlands Airport a few times. Oh, we do need to drive the Nissan Primera, actually. That'd be good. Download that mod, guys, if you haven't. It's really good fun. I think we need to ban Alan, Nico, Burby, because they're too quick. What car are they shitting? WF, thanks for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to YouTube. Welcome. Hello. Appreciate the sub. It's confusing because a sub on Twitch is someone paying money, but a sub on YouTube is just someone getting lost on the internet. We haven't, no. Oh man, I need a cup of tea so bad. My mouth's dry. Hello, whoa!
The pace car is out of control.
Well, thanks for following Lorit Twitch. It's going good, yeah. It's been a fun stream. I just wanted to do a casual stream today. I was like, oh, I was going to check out the new car in iRacing. And I was like, I just can't be bothered to play iRacing today. And then, because I was out this morning, and then I got back and I was like, oh, I'll make the video. Do a quick video on Le Mans Ultimate, and then I was like, oh, I do want to check out the new Chevy in iRacing, but I know it's going to be shit because of the physics. But I want to check it out, and then I was like, really can't be bothered. So AC with subs is always nice and fun, you know. But it's nice. It's always nice driving AC. So I'm just messing around with force feedback actually as we drive, and just trying some different motor settings. All the caffeine, what, makes me tired? Does the opposite. What do James Beaches? What do I think is okay cost to have an okay time at iRacing? Well, I would say you need to budget about £250 a year. So it's like £70 to £90 for a year subscription, especially if you buy it during the offer. And then you'd be looking at buying like a few tracks and like one or two cars. So like F4, you can get a lot of entertainment out of the F4 and some of the other cars, maybe a GT car. But it's the tracks basically add up to the point where like you could just drive the Formula Ford and the MX-5 and stuff with the base subscription. You could do that, but yeah, realistically, budget about $250 to $350 a year for the first 3 or 4 years. And if you've got that budget in your head, if you do decide to buy stuff, you won't be annoyed. You won't be like surprised that you've ended up having to spend money, if that makes sense. So like when I started playing iRacing, I had no money back in 2007 or whatever. Like my first business had already been a cock up, and I had no money at all. And so it was really expensive for me to just try. Like a 10 quid for a track was like insane because I couldn't even afford food. So every bit of content was like, Jesus Christ. So I resented it. Also, the way that you would like, oh, it's a new track this week, it's a new track this week, it's a new track this week, and you're like, hang on, just want to play the game, you know? Yeah, if you really want regular races, yeah, as Counter Debate said, yeah, $350 for the first year, then $250 a year, and then after about 4 or 5 years, it's basically £100 a year. I don't see, like, okay, some people I could imagine maybe do stick to like just the MX-5 and the base content, but I think the vast majority of people that are going to be, that have got a force feedback wheel and are bothering to play iRacing, the vast majority would inevitably end up wanting to then do GT3 or F4 at least, or Super Formula Light. Like, it's pretty inevitable. Like, I don't know if you're already doing the MX-5. Like, I'm pretty sure you do that. They don't do 75 off. They do like 25-30% off. They do offers for new members, but Black Friday they still do like the 25-30% off, and they do have new member offers. Normally it's like 3 months to try it out. I have on the Game of Muscle Discord. We have an invite link which you can use as well. I don't think you get anything. I think I get $10, but you guys don't get anything. But if you're new to iRacing, there's pretty much always something there for new people to get trapped into it. Results: Alan first, Nico second, Burby third, Microlander fourth, D Naito fifth, myself in sixth, Stillbart in seventh, D Walker eighth, Beaver Deuce in ninth, Chedhead 10th, Dr. Longmount 11th, Matt Lodge lodging himself across the finish line in a minute. I would say, to be honest, I would try not to get into iRacing at this point in time. Unless you're a streamer and you're for that sort of entertainment of like the voice chat and stuff. I would say you're probably better off this year. Like, the new AC is going to come out. It could be shit, but at least that, you know, it's worth waiting. Even ACC, though, you can do that on low fuel motorsport. And especially if you're a new sim racer, playing ACC on low fuel motorsport would be fine. Like, you know, like when I was started out, I would just do Live for Speed. I'd just play SO City in the Fox car. I'm going to change the... we're going to go to Dono here. So, a new sim racer really doesn't need to be playing iRacing. And the physics are so bad, it's going to give them completely the wrong idea of how cars drive. It's going to get them driving in a really weird way. I do an invite link to the server. We're just going to change this to MX-5. Just going to set the new server up. Don't think I have a fixed setup for the MX-5, but hopefully someone can just share it. We're going to do Dono. If someone can link Dono again. Yeah, the weirdest meme that you hear from iRacers over and over again is they go, "Oh, the braking. I like iRacing for the braking," which is insane because I get it. The braking in ACC, you can ride on the ABS a lot, which you can in real cars if you set up the ABS aggressive, but you can't brake properly in iRacing because you have to. If you brake at the actual limit, the cars get stuck because the tyres overheat. So it's actually insane. You have real race drivers going, "I prefer the braking in iRacing," yet you categorically cannot drive at the limit in iRacing. Like, it doesn't support it. So iRacing is a really good example of people talking absolute bollocks. Because you literally, either they don't know, or they're just like, you know, they're going, well, they think it's the best within the compromises of stuff. But it's like, you can't balance the braking in iRace. It doesn't work. R-Factor 2, for example, is much more representative of what happens when you lock up. A wheel locks, you come off the brake, the tyres are a bit suboptimal, and then you just drive it off, right? I've been in a real race car with the wheels locking. As soon as you come off the brake, the wheels rotate again. Even more so in cars with downforce, because the wheels have got so much pressure on them. And they're like sticky slick tyres. Unless it's a wet track or there's some shit going on. It's like... So anyway, it's insane. The stuff that people come out with for iRacing... I do like how it handles under the limit, though. Like, it's fun. It is more it is nice and responsive. The cars do roll in. But the bizarre argument that people make when they go... the braking is broken in ACC, but it's not broken in iRacing. It's like, logically speaking, if the tyres don't work like tyres, how on earth can the brakes work? They can't. If you're driving at the limit, you're going to accidentally lock up occasionally. Therefore, you can't... and you've got no force feedback for the braking either. So how do you know without repetition? Again... sim racers, guys, and real race drivers... like they don't think about it critically. It's insane. It's actually insane because I'm thick and I'm noticing these things. So what is going on? Right, here we go. I'm getting the car set up here. They are all games, but some are more. Some have different problems, and some are better and worse than others. So you do pay your money and you take your choice, but categorically, there are specific things that do or don't work in different ways. And also, there is a reason why people are playing a driving sim over, say, Gran Turismo or Mario Kart or Split Second. There's a reason, and that reason is normally that they are actually pursuing realism. So you can't escape it by going, "Oh, they're all games." This is a really common trope, or anodyne trope. They are all games, but that doesn't. It's a nothing statement. They both work like tyres but differently. ACC uses scientifically valid brush models as a basis. Well, no, iRacing's tyres, they work like tyres under the limit, but they have a huge physics issue, which is the surface of them heats at the moment. Hopefully they fix it, but they get stuck. They get stuck over the limit. They heat up and they get stuck, and there's nothing you can do. So, yeah, I mean, you could say every sim works like, you know, they all work like tyres. Wait, that's everything. Even Microsoft Flight Sim's tyres work like tyres. You know, but they're not very realistic. Right, server's almost up here. Let me just get it set up. Your point is you're bored with how everyone gets so angry. Every one of your sim has issues, so whichever suits you best. Yeah, no, but they're not. The issue is people getting angry about people pointing out the problems. That's the problem. The problem isn't people going, this has an issue. The problem is someone going, oh, you're wrong to point out that there's a problem. So you're actually what you're arguing there with your argument is just don't talk about anything or don't mention anything, or separately to them, some people that just get upset when someone points out what are the flaws. So my thing would be people should just agree on what are the actual objective, or not the objective, but like the factual components, and not pretend the factual things aren't there because they're a fan of the game, which is really what goes on massively with Sims and Armour, flight sims, driving sims. The cultish behaviour, the worst part of fanboyism with simulators especially, are people that are just super mega fans of one sim, which is not necessarily a problem, but the ones that are super mega fans of one sim and they really cannot accept the flaws in their thing. And that's the same with religion and everything. It's not just Sims. It's like people that are really passionately nationalistic, and they're like, oh, Britain's the best. Oh, British flags everywhere. But they can't accept that there's so much shit about Britain, and that if someone from another country goes, yeah, well, Britain did this that was shit, this part of the culture is shit, what you're doing here is shit, that are just obviously shit things, the mega nationalist people get really butthurt and upset about it and riot over that, rather than them going, oh, you know what, yeah, Britain is these things are shit. Like, they're incapable of being able to go, these are the good things, these are the bad things. It doesn't, like, they've attached, there's a personality issue where people attach issues to their innate being. That's the issue. So they can't, if someone is critical of something, it always, to them, they perceive it as a personal attack, and then they get really emotively defensive of it, because anything that attacks the issue is attacking their ego, and humans innately want to defend their ego. So that's the root of it, basically. And so culturally, my view at least is that people should attack ideas and things really, really aggressively. Like, people should have no respect for any idea. Ideas should be held up by the merits of the ideas, and at the end of the day, ideas and constructs and things, they are completely disconnected to a person's humanity and self-worth. So I'm setting the server up, Ched Edgy Noblet. Yeah, like, someone can slag off something as much as they want. It's not a personal attack. It's they're slagging off an idea, and they might be right, they might be wrong. It's fine, as long as everyone recognises each other's humanity. It doesn't matter. Right, the server is running. Yeah, here we go. Here's the server. I need a cup of tea. Nods in agreement. Well, you notice this, though. This is the difference, I think, with people that enjoy this channel and people that the people that I tend to get along with. I get along with a lot of people that they're still religious, or I disagree with them on loads of stuff. It's fine. They recognise humanity, and they are fully prepared to have an argument about ideas. I don't know why that's hard for certain people. Like, they must have been brought up where everything is like, they're so desperate to attach themselves to stuff. Maybe because they don't have a sense of self. It's like they have such a low self-worth that they have to embed themselves. They have to be at a big concert in loads of people to make them feel like they're part of something. It's like, what is wrong with them? I put the wrong track on. Guys, sorry. I said Britain. I thought it's the other Donington. That's random. I clicked the wrong button. 2018 Donington. Here we go. Right, server's running. Noob. There you go. You what? Most... We tell everyone all opinions are valid. Yeah, that's a completely messed up thing as well, yeah. Well, it's not that all opinions are valid. It's that, they say that all opinions are equal weight. And it's like, well, no. An opinion or view, it doesn't matter if it's subjective or not. It matters, the value of an opinion is based on how good the argument is for that opinion. Either evidence, logic, reason, or humour. Like, that's what matters. But for some reason, through like being anodyne and agreeable and the shitification of society, we over the last 15 years especially, probably to do with capitalism and being vapid capitalists and just accepting everything because it makes more money, we've gone down this direction of everything's an opinion. It's all subjective. Postmodernism, Right, we don't have a fixed setup, guys, so if anyone has a good setup, that'd be awesome. But I'm just going to use this E-Cavill one to start with. MX-5's not hyper prone to setup. Like it makes a big difference for the last second, but it's not mental like some cars. Yeah, well, what's weird, Novotny, is I noticed on the left, especially left-leaning people politically in the UK, they have a real blind spot to this, where with this sort of positivism, postmodernism, subjectivism, the left seems to be really, really vulnerable to it. The right-leaning people less so. Not that the right-leaning people are correct, but there's a weird... I think it's neoliberalism and wanting to be agreeable. It's like that thing of being. You can't be tolerant of the intolerant. That's something that very liberal people fail at. Is that they're tolerant of intolerance. It's like, well, if you're tolerant of intolerant people, guess what? The environment's going to be intolerant, and therefore you've scuppered yourself. You've sunk your own ship. Probably RDM racer, yeah. Well, so if you're, as I say, if you're overly positive, it normally works well with capitalism. So, and capitalism normally works as a unifying, organising force. So that has a lot of political power. Dr. Montague. Whoa, I was not looking there. This channel's about talking bollocks while I was driving. It's always been this. Novotny, it's a trick assholes use. You're being intolerant of my opinion. Exactly. Yes, well, you want to put all these people in a gas camp. That's not... Exactly, we're going to be slightly intolerant of that. Oh, you want to kill all these people based off their race? Yeah, that's not acceptable. Oh, you want to treat these group of people differently because they're poor, or because they've got different skin colour, or because they're disabled, or because they're gay or something. Well, no. You need to accept these people, and you can... I'm going to be intolerant of you, you knob. Novotny's an intolerant person, just so you all know. You're going to join us in VR? Get in there. This is good track in VR. Clip it and ship it! Oh, yeah. Well, as long as it says we're the chosen ones. Did you write it by any chance, Counter Debate? Did it selectively ignore reality? Did it happen to focus on a group that could be marginalised? Conveniently. A group that doesn't have much political say and power? Does it maybe leverage some base instincts that dumb people tend to have? Oh, the Toka version of this track is hilarious. It's got like 4 pixels, 4 polygons. It's actually not bad though. The Toka version of this track is actually fairly decent. It's surprisingly good. Like the layout's not too far off. James Beaches, yeah, it'll be nice if it is. I think we've got two chances. I genuinely think that GT Revival, especially now it's not using Unreal Engine, I think there's a genuine chance it'll be maybe not better. Oh bloody hell! Maybe not better than AC, but I think it has a really good chance of being good. This is a mod track for AC1. So yeah, AC Evo, I think has a good chance of being decent at least, or interesting. AC1's always going to exist. You know, Le Mans Ultimate, they'll keep working on it, and I think it'll just gradually improve. And to be honest, I do, you know, I'm not. I quite enjoy R-Factor 2 physics, generally speaking. And then, yeah, being optimistic, the ideal thing will be that iRacing actually fixes its tyres so the cars drive like cars. And if that happens, that'll be really good, because we'll have AC1 at least for... It's always existed. LMU will be good for like endurance stuff, you know, and they'll just keep being developed. And then if iRacing actually drives like cars, you know, it'll be actually fun to drive whilst also being funny. With the voice chat and stuff. I mean, I'd actually bother to hot lap and practice with iRacing if it, you know, if the handling's realistic, I can enjoy it. So at the moment, I can only really play iRacing ironically. Oh yeah, well I don't know. I really don't see how they're going to make Automobilista 2 be decent, but maybe with that as well they'll gradually. Yeah, who knows? I think for newer sim racers though, they're going to be. The problem is, unfortunately, even though I'm bad at sim racing, I am experienced at sim racing. So, unfortunately, from my perspective, you know, I have an expectation for stuff to be responsive. So, like iRacing Under the Limit is great, I think, or you know, or how AC is, or even R-Factor 2 in some ways. But if you were new to sim racing, you wouldn't notice any of the differences at all. Like when I started with well, when I got back into it, when I started was playing with a keyboard, so definitely didn't notice playing Colin McRae Rally and stuff. Kind of noticed with Richard Burns Rally, but then when I got into sim racing properly with GTR2, with the Momo black wheel and stuff, and no, actually I did notice straight away that Live for Speed was actually good. So maybe I don't know. A lot of people just don't notice, do they? I mean, if it wasn't for Live for Speed, Richard Burns Rally, Live for Speed, and the G25, I would have quit sim racing. A race as well. But if it was also Neil's the mod stuff that he did with R Factor 1. But yeah, basically, if it wasn't for cars that actually were controllable, I would have quit sim racing. So I was really lucky that I played RBR and that someone introduced me to Live for Speed, because the handling of most of the cars in R Factor 1 was absolutely terrible. iRacing was terrible. It's still the same. R Factor 2 at launch was pretty bad. I totally would have quit. I nearly did. Then, yeah, Netcar Pro, Live for Speed, Richard Burns Rally, saved it. Well, why would I bother doing mods in AMS2? Well, first of all, AMS2's camera makes me motion sick and there's no way around it. But also, why would you bother when AC is just fundamentally better? Like, it's just not good enough. Like, if you're playing for AI, which I don't do, and if you happen to like some of those Brazilian tracks and stuff, which I don't, I mean, they're quite good tracks, but unless those are what you really want, then there's no reason to play MS2 over AC, which just drives better and feels better. I think it's the roll count debate still messed up last time I tried it, even in VR. Like, it still rolls with the car weirdly. Yeah, like, well, AC you can set up servers easier. Netcode's better in AC than AMS2 as well. Yeah, no, a lot of, if you're not that good at sim racing, then AI racing is really good. I mean, I used to do a lot more AI racing when I started out, because it's a good way of getting up to speed and driving in traffic and getting comfortable with other cars around you. But if you've done a lot of iRacing or a lot of like ranked online racing or a lot of league racing, AI is just too predictable. It's too obvious what it does. Nah, AMS2's netcode is totally bugged up. It's alright at times, but as soon as someone has like weird pings, like you get invisible contacts, you also get cars sticking to each other. It's really not that good. Like, I mean, AC's not that good netcode to be honest. R Factor 2's probably the best. Zen Store, do you try the new Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown? Not yet. No, I had a chance to play it at Gamescom last year, very briefly. It seemed a bit, doesn't seem like my sort of thing, to be honest. You know, it's for teenagers, isn't it? It's just like a car collect exploring type thing. run out of fuel. I need a cup of tea. Ugh. I'm gonna grab a cup of tea, guys. Yeah, the first test drive on, was it test drive 2 actually? Not the first one. The one on Hawaii was, the roads were a bit boring because it was just like an extruded road, but the actual structure of the game was really quite nice. How do you get a setup exchange? It's through Shader Patch, and you have to add the setup app. If you go to, there's a thing called the app dash or something. I can show it in a minute. I'm just going to get a drink. Oh, my Simob's off. How's everyone doing? Oh! I really need to play some FPS games and stuff. I've been playing Counter-Strike, but I've had a real like craving for some like classic games. What is going on here? Computers. Computers gone mental. Oh. There we go. For some reason, Simob's not opening with the computer. Oh, there we go. Carew Shine was listening to the whole sim racing discussion whilst grinding Forza Motorsport AI monthly career mode. Big B, have ever played AMS 1? Yeah, no, I have. AMS 1's got really good physics. I'd say in terms of naturally handling vehicles, good cars in AMS 1, basically at the top, Assetto Corsa 1, then AMS 1, second best sim. It's a bit dated. The track meshes are a bit lacking in detail. The graphics are dated, but the handling's really good. Cars are quite responsive and sharp, and you can balance them at the limit nicely. Well, where am I placed position? 13. Where's it? Well, the server's full, so you won't be able to get in. There we go. Mixel38's put in a stonkus. He's done a 144. I can't be bothered with Escape from Tarkov. I'm trying to get a key for that extraction game. What's it called? Shadow Zone Extraction or something. Well, I mean, R Factor 1 has the best intro music. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. You have to donate using the tea bag to join the server. Like a few £1,000 would do it, but no, you can just join. You can just join the server. We do have another Discord as well, actually. Yeah, you can join our Discord. We have two Discords. We have the Teapot, and then we have the Game of Muscle official Discord. Teapot's just for chilling out. But Teapot's blocked by a mug. Teapot's broken. Absolute Teapot disaster. Can't even fix it. It's all over. Oh. Well, I don't think that's going to work, is it? Lee just joined the servers. It's a bit bloody warm. Just having the non-alcoholic Guinness. Mixout 38, still the only person to get a 44 here. Someone pasted it in the chat. Michael, hi Toro, do I have a video about building a sim PC? Not really, but like any PC building video on the internet would be fine. You just you want as fast a computer as you can afford. Ideally for VR, it's whatever is. Oh, it's broken. It broke. Right, guys, we're gonna do a quick shootout. But yeah, there's a bug on some of my servers. Quick shootout. 4 minutes. Yeah, you just want as good a graphics card as you can afford, basically. But any PC building thing, the X3D gaming chips are particularly good for Sims. I did sell you on picking up ACC. You got a free trial for iRacing, your local sports car club, but you're right. Being new, had no idea. I mean, I've had. You know, it's weird because ACC fans would say that I put people off ACC, so funny that. Oh, AC. Ah. Wow. Can't trust anything I say. AC is the glory, the holy grail of Sims, so you know. Blessed be. It's the real pasta. The prime pasta. Faster pasta. Yeah, I had the 5800 X3D, is really good. Nah, I'm not a pastafarian. I'm a teapotarian. Thanks everyone on YouTube for clicking the like button. If you have. Yeah, I mean, it's with gaming computers, it pretty much always just comes down to buy as fast as you can afford, basically. So, like, graphics card primarily. But for driving sims, I would say the AMD 3D chips, or whatever the equivalent Intel one is, makes a really big difference for flight and driving sims. That L1 cache particularly makes a big difference. For like driving sims and flight sims are particularly demanding on single core because they're typically older, and they also have a lot of like objects and really big environments, and those kind of things really benefit from large L1, L2 cache on the CPU. Whereas games that are sort of cross-platform stuff tend to use the graphics card differently or more effectively. Right, 1 minute, guys. I'm going to force it to the next session. Well, I'm this live stream is proudly sponsored by this graphics card.
This video is sponsored by the 3DFX Voodoo 2 graphics card. 8 megabytes of RAM, 100 megahertz of processing power, 800 by 600 maximum supported resolution, SLI for double the speed. Your PC won't ever need more power. The Voodoo 2. No longer available.
Beautiful. You don't be for RAM. You don't necessarily need super fast RAM, and you don't necessarily need. Well, 32 gig of RAM is completely fine. So, 3,600 megahertz, 32 gig RAM is completely fine. 16 gig RAM is probably fine, to be honest. I mean, Flight Sim probably takes advantage of it, but most driving sims won't take more advantage. I don't think you do, Levar. Like for flight sims, but I don't think with driving sims it necessarily does. I can see how Unreal Engine, Flight Sim and Unreal Engine can use it more. I mean, you might as well get 216 gig because the price of it, so you might as well just get 32. But I'm just saying from a raw performance thing, even when people have tested the higher speed RAM, it doesn't necessarily make that much difference in video games. There are some, there are some specific games, but I mean, you might as well. If you're buying a new system, you might as well just get two 16 gig sticks. I don't think it's that much expensive. Yeah, well, the LED lights, the more something glows... Oh, hang on, I need to skip to the next session. The more something glows, the faster it is, obviously. Yeah. I think I'm using 3600 in this system. And I you know... I do actually need to check on this system if it's if my... Oh no, I did check. I was going to say I need to check for the XMP profiles, but I did. I forgot that I checked it today already. If you guys, actually any of you watching, it's worth rebooting your computer and checking your BIOS and making sure that the XMP profiles are enabled, because I've noticed a few times now that I've got two main computers that I use all the time and a laptop, and occasionally the XMP profiles have disabled for no reason. It's just happened. Maybe there's been a power cut, or maybe something's caused the computer to crash when I've not been on it, or maybe it's just whatever when I've booted it up. So it's worth it's worth always checking, because you can quite easily lose quite a bit of performance and not really notice, because you're still getting good frame rates, but you're just missing out. Here we go. MX-5. Dono! 24 cars. Beautiful. Or 21 cars. Oh, he's gone. Oh, I'm sorry. I tried. Oh. Guys. Restart. Oh, got a button. Nearly avoided it. Restart. Order. Try and be careful, guys. That wasn't my fault, guys. That was not my fault there. That was other people. The Quest 3 is amazing for Sims. Too much power.
And you're not.
I've got the button on my Steam Deck. It's amazing. I just have to click the chat and push the button. I don't have to type anything. Hey, look, it wasn't. It was a whole bunch of other people that crashed. So you know, don't blame me for other people. You complain about the elite. Yeah, but I'm a benevolent dictator. I run fantastic. The Game of Muscle reality, it's a reality where everyone gets to drive around racetracks in perfect conditions. So I mean, to be honest, as far as gods go, pretty good. Like you wouldn't complain if your god was like, oh yeah, you get to drive a F2004 around Spa. Oh, now you're in a teleporting you to Donington in a Mazda. You know, pretty good god, to be honest. Oh, F4 car in Germany. I mean, really, ultimate dictator. Do you want me to do a Le Mans watch along? We could do. I don't know how much of it we can do. We might have to break it up. So I don't want to wreck my sleeping. Yeah, we can have it on though. We do. We need to. I need to learn from Kirith how to set it up with the tracking and stuff on the screen so it looks good. He's done really good with his Formula 1 streams, how he has it set up with the Motorsport Manager tracking everything. Oops. We did not make that. Yeah, I only ever watch legit streams. I don't know what you mean. What's it being broadcast on? Eurosport. I used to love Eurosport as a kid. Like, it's proper European. See, those of you that are like German and French and stuff, you guys don't get it. Like, as a Brit, European TV just feels really weird to watch. But it's amazing. But like Eurosport and stuff is so different to how British TV is. But it was amazing. I think British people always like, in Britain it was like just football, just bloody hell, just football, just cricket, you know. I mean, we did obviously have motorsport and stuff, but like not, the thing is Eurosport would be like skiing, handball, frisbee, God knows what. You turn it on, it'd be some like weird shit. You're like, oh, what's this? And there'd be some like commentator trying to explain it to people that just don't understand. Curling, yeah. Before the internet, so it would literally be the first time you'd find out about these sports as a kid. You'd be like, what? You turn on the TV, you're like, what on earth? You'd be like a detective game trying to work out what on earth's going on. You'd be like, oh, it's skiing, but hang on a minute. They're going over these little bumps. Oh, it's moguls. You're like, I knew there was Super G, I knew there was ski jump, and I knew there was slalom, but I didn't know that there was this mogul lark. That's gone now. Now you could just go, computer, tell me what I'm watching. You are watching this Ah, the mystery's gone. Ah, that explains so much, Skywalk. It all makes sense now. Corey, how's it going, man? Guys, check out Corey Coyote. He's our favourite. He's the resident furry. Check out his channel. Give him a follow. If you like getting in a virtual hot tub with a bunch of men, Corey's your guy. Gallivanting all over the world. I'm not jealous. Fisherman's friend. I never really understood that. There is the sim racing channel, which I keep forgetting. But every time I tune into your channel, you're like chatting to men. And you're normally in a hot tub, or you're like a fox character. Talking about, God knows what you're talking about, but that's what it is every time I tune in. I'm like, hello. And then as soon as I type, you're like, oh, and Normie's here, let's all be, like, well behaved. As if I hadn't watched before I typed anything. Tank top American girl. Oh, what? Jamie Drives? Yeah, she's super friendly and she sounds drunk all the time. She genuinely sounds drunk. We need to get her into tea. I'm trying to like brainwash her into getting into tea drinking. It's slowly happening. She's proper southern. I think she'd be. I think you'd have a good night out with her. Like, if you went out with, like, it'd be mental. I think it would like be mind-blowing experience being around proper Southern Americans. But she seems like a sort of, you know, like go along with it, peppy type person. Like the complete contrast to my pessimism. So I find it quite funny. Why you can't? Oh, it's serving the penalty. What are you doing on Thursday? Do I have to take my clothes off? Oh, you absolute knob! Ow! Thank you. God, the people are well good at driving on my servers. Who was that? Mr. Naito, or was it T. Carter? Bloody hell, drunk drivers. Oh, yeah, might be able to join in if you're doing AC. I might do some irate. I don't know what I'm doing. Kurashon, you were raised in the South. It's just, it's different to me. Like, it just sounds really different. I remember when I was at school and the first time there was like an American there that they I don't know why they were in the UK, but they were like American, and it genuinely sounded like they were putting on a fake accent. It doesn't sound real. It's like, oh, because there's not that many Americans in the UK actually. Weirdly, I mean there are, but it's not like it really stands out when someone's got an American accent, especially if you're like in the Midlands, where it really isn't Americans there at all. And especially if it's like a southern accent, because our experience of it is purely through films and TV. So it just seems really weird, to me at least. Some people have like a mild American accent, but They're all in London. God, the worst. I mean, I do talk to Americans online, but it's different. Also, most of the Americans I talk to online, I think, are not that southern. Where did you go in London? Imagine visiting. What are you doing? What are you doing? It's a punt to pass. Yeah, you could tell Canadians. Yeah, I could tell the different accents, but it's just that a Southern American accent just sounds really. I mean, I did bump into some American tourists on the tube that were lost. I was helping them get to museums, and they were so American. They're like, "Wow, we're in London. Oh, my mobile phone's not working." And they were so loud as well on the tube, and all the other people on the tube were like, "What the fuck?" Can you imagine? They were like 50, 60 years, 55, almost 60. Wow! Look, this tube stop. Look at its name. We're lost. Can you help me? We don't know where we're going. I'm like, yeah, sure, all right. And all the other people on the train are like, right, we're not here. Don't make eye contact. Run away. Oh, thank you. Thank you for helping us. We're so lost. My mobile's not even working. I thought it was really funny. They were really nice and friendly. It was just the contrast in how loud they were and how American they were. Oh, it was really funny. But that's what it must be like for Americans. Like, I did notice actually when I was in Seattle talking to people, they'd always be like, "Oh, where are you from?" And they'd be really interested. It's like, well, but it's like America's not that far from the UK. I mean, it's like culturally, well, it is culturally different, but you know, it's weird. Yeah, but the American hospitality is completely fake, and it seems like people are on drugs. It's not always fake, but you know what I mean? It's really disingenuous. They really do seem like they're on drugs. Maybe they're just being nice, but it comes across as insane. Not everyone, but some of the... Say, the hotel I stayed at, I've said this story before, but when I stayed in Seattle, one of the women that was working there was so ridiculously... Also, like, restaurants you go into, and the way they try and serve you and wait you, and they're, like, so crazily peppy. I'm so used to, like, people in a restaurant or whatever being, like, sad that you're there. Just, like, they hate you for the fact that you are making their job exist. Whereas in America, they're like, "Can I bring you some more water? Would you like, try this new burger we got?" You're like, "Oh, I don't know. Are you happy sat here? Is this your first time in this restaurant?" Well, I don't know. Why are you asking me so many questions? I just want some food. Why, gee willy gilly gar. What is it with the water in America, though? At least in Seattle. Would you like some water? Here's some water with ice in it. Would you want more water? Here's another water. You drank your water. Have some more water. So do they have like some kind of... Do they have some kind of like bizarre phobia of being dehydrated in America? Was there like a great water drought or something? And so they just... That was weird. Honestly, that is actually insane. Oh, goodbye. They just keep wanting to give you water with ice in it, non-stop. Yeah, it's just a bit weird though. To be honest, it's a bit strange. Like in a British restaurant, no one's going to ask you if you want water. You have to get up and you have to go and get it yourself. And then you've got Germans that are like, oh, first of all you'd have to ask them, and then they'll look down at you for asking them, and then they'll be like, oh, would you like it fizzy? Big fizzy, medium fizzy, or small fizzy? Oh, what do you mean? Well, like 40 different versions of fizziness, and then flat. Oh dear. Germans and their water. Yeah. Oh, then the whole tipping thing in America is insane, because you're like, I don't know how much to tip. I don't know. What, everything wants a tip on it. Everything. So you have no clue. My life of simple water choices. I always have a Spezi when I'm in Germany. That's me. That's my go-to choice. Doner kebab and a Spezi. Well done, guys. Alan with the win. Thomas second, but he's been banned. Marshals have banned him for fizzy water. Jika in third. R Lions in fourth. Mainfield in fifth. Mixel 38 sixth. Robert Telex 7th. Daniel Naito in 8th. Myself in 9th. D Walker 10th. T Carter 11th. And a guy descends from the sky into his car. Well done, guys. We'll do another track. It was good fun. Burby, someone used you as a break. Yeah, that seems to happen. It seems to happen a lot in sim racing. I don't know why. Right, let me get another set track up. Don't tip. Yeah, but don't they? If you don't tip, don't they think you're an absolute arse? Because it's kind of you have to tip, don't you? In America, in the UK, you don't. It's like people are paid. I mean, by all means, if you're wealthy or something, like if service is really good or you really like the place, or you know, for sure tip. Like I was still tipping a restaurant in the UK, but it's not a. It's really not expected. I think a lot of people, like I would tip, and I think a lot of people do tip, but it's genuinely not expected that you would tip in the UK. Like it's not even implied. It's not like you. If someone doesn't tip, they're not going to be looked down on. But in America, I think if you don't tip, they're going to shoot you. What? You're not giving us any tip? That's how you end up with a shootout. Wow, you need to go outside if you're not going to tip. So yeah, you have to tip in America. Pretty sure that's how it works. Pretty sure. Oh, I think we should do a classic, guys. I think we should do a bloody classic. Are you ready? We've got to do a classic. We've got to do a classic. We're off to America. Road Atlanta. Get it downloaded. Road Atlanta 2022. And the Radical. And I'm gonna put the pit boxes up high. So we'll see if the server melts. So get in there, guys. You should be able to download the Radical. It should all be in the description. It's becoming bigger in the UK. They have a car machines where they offer you a choice. I know. Yeah, it's really bad. Yeah, the thing is, I think tipping is okay if people are paid enough. Like if people are already paid enough, and if you yourself are wealthy, tipping's fine. But I don't think it should be implied. Like the basic staff should get a normal income without tipping, and then you know, and then because it's not fair that if someone that doesn't have much money wants to go and eat out or something, you know, it's not fair to pressure them to spend more that they might not be, you know, be aware of, and then the staff should get paid enough regardless, separate to tipping, because obviously better looking people are going to get more tips than ugly people. And it's not going to be based on who's actually a better server. And then you've got the people in the kitchen, you've got everything else going on, and tips aren't shared equally, so you know. Right, servers up here, guys. Invite. You didn't eat out for your college years because you couldn't tip, yeah. Why do I have to tip even when I'm picking up a pizza now? Yeah, well, that's stupid, isn't it? Like, especially when you're doing it all yourself. It's like, well, hang on a minute. I definitely didn't tip in some places in America though, and I could feel the scorn. But I was like, hang on, why am I tipping for like? There was stuff where I wasn't getting. It was like a sandwich shop. You're getting a bloody sandwich, and it was shit and already overpriced. So why would a tip? Like, it don't make any sense, does it? Why would you tip like a Subway? They're just putting stuff in a sandwich. It's not like you have to be a genius to make a sandwich. Or even basic service. Do you know what I mean? It's not like they're not even talking. Here's the server. On the note on that, there's our donation link. Says, here's the man that's complained about tipping, whose job is live streaming and stealing money off people. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, you know, what can you do? Got him. Tipping's amazing, guys. I tip all the time. I'm really passionate about it. No, I do. I said I do actually. Oh, shit. I got the time of day's a bit wrong. I'm just going to reset the server here, guys. Slight mistake. Yeah, actually, I do actually tip restaurants and stuff. I wouldn't, as I say, if it's a bloody sandwich place, I wouldn't. And I don't think you should pressure people into it. Why is it night time? That's really weird. Right, here we go. Right, server's back up. Sorry, I had the wrong bloody. Your missus is a manager of a UK Subway. I mean, I worked at McDonald's for a bit, so I'd say it's harder to do a McDonald's burger than it is a Subway sandwich. So their service has been terrible. Do you realise how much it costs for me to ship all these bloody radicals? I have in a garage 24 MX-5s, 30 F4 cars, and we've now just shipped 30 Radical SR3s to Road America. We're travelling all around the world here. Do you realise how many aeroplanes I've had to use for this? I mean, yeah, I'd quite like a burger. Oh, did you know Wimpy still exists? I was in Tunbridge Wells has a Wimpy. I was really surprised. No, it's Tunbridge. I was really surprised. That's a really big Wimpy. I couldn't believe it. I thought they'd all gone out of business. It's a South African chain originally, but they used to be everywhere in the 80s and 90s, and then they just disappeared. But I thought they were gone. But they're still there. Now this is Road Atlanta. I haven't had a Wimpy for like 30 years. I'm definitely going to try and go, but it's really overpriced. It used to be cheap, but you get small portions. Maybe they're Maybe they're the ones that are not franchise. Maybe they're independent. That would make sense. You could fit the entirety of the UK between the Road Atlanta and Road America. We should do a flight sim flight between Atlanta and Road America. That'd be fun. It's a shame that... So R-Factor 2 had this SR3 in its ranked multiplayer. It's a shame that they don't just do that with like LMU. Because the SR3, the R-Factor 2 one was really good fun for online racing. Well, I've swapped the sound on this. Yeah, Microsoft Flight Sim does a pretty good job actually of that. Once you're at about 200-300 meters, everything looks really good. If you've got Orbex, the UK Orbex pack, Goodwood has cars racing around it, which is cool. Oh, I've got 14 people in here. It'd be if you want to get the car and the track, it's in the description on YouTube. I'm on pole, so don't cry when I win. To be expected, to be honest. Whenever you talk about how much iRacing costs, I think about how much money you spent on X-Plane. How have you spent money on X-Plane though, Tennessee-tism? I mean, I had X-Plane 10, I think it was, and I probably spent 100 on it or something. I did buy like packs and things and random things, but Supermax. What add-ons like terrain and stuff? I really liked the Orbex photo terrain. Was really good for X-Plane, to be honest. They did. I spent most of my time doing Ortho for XP, just doing my own conversions, and like a huge hard drive full of terrain. I need to play some more Microsoft Flight Sim, but I'm kind of like, I need stuff to do, and I don't want it from mods. I'm pretty hyped for Flight Sim 24, like I said in that video, but I reckon they're going to screw it up. I think the career mode will just be like missions. They won't actually do a proper in-game money system like Euro Truck Sim, which is what it needs. Like, I don't know why they've done all these random stuff. They should have just done commercial pilot flying first. That's it. But I really worry that it'll be really superficial, because that would be the easiest thing for them to do. But I mean, even because all you need is like a crop dusting mode, and then you just have to accept jobs and go around crop dusting. Like, the fact that they've added in so many different things really makes me think that it won't be decent. If they just said that they've only added in crop dusting, then I'll be like, oh, okay. You know, you go around that, because that would be a perfectly good game. You're a crop duster. You have to accept jobs. You then have to do a good job of covering the whole field and using as little fuel. I mean, how good would that be as a game? Bloody hell. You have a crop dusting plane that's shit and has certain limited capacity to how much you can crop dust and all that stuff. You have to then get jobs, starting off with crappy jobs, and then you get points based off how effectively you cover the field. And then you can then upgrade your plane, and then you can accept bigger jobs. I mean, that in and of itself would be really satisfying, because you'd have it would really require you to get the flying height correct, the deploy of the crop dusting correct, you know, and not crash or anything. There's some, if you watch on YouTube, there's some crazy crop dusting videos over hilly farm land. Oh yeah, like a proper drug smuggling thing for flight sim would be amazing, where you have to pick up stuff in a light aircraft and then fly really low, and then there's something where you have to avoid, maybe you use the map to avoid military and stuff or other civilian aircraft, or even ground stuff, and you have to fly around the terrain, and you then risk like you have to pick an airport to drop it off at, and there's a certain amount of risk, and if you go further it's more risky but there's more reward. Like, you know, you could do a really good game out of that. Yeah, even if it was multiplayer, and other players basically get informed that some players are smugglers and some and you're like the police or whatever. You get told that they're in a certain area or likely to be in an area, and therefore you have to find them. And then the other people would have to avoid it by flying like really low, or like taking unconventional routes, or I don't know. You could do so much stuff with it. It would be amazing. Tennessee Tism, yeah, no, I've seen Dead Stick. I've been following that, but they keep going, oh, it's going to come out, and we've added damage, or we've added, it's like VTOL stuff, and then they show some stuff, and then they disappear for like a year. I know, I was really looking forward to it. It looked really good. More like plane upgrading and VTOL and landing and bush trip stuff. $18 cars in here, guys. Awesome. Get some more. As I was saying earlier, I've just upgraded. We've upgraded our internet, so we should be able to up quality and stuff of the stream. So that'd be awesome. If the computer's fast enough. But we'll have enough. I was talking to the ISP, and they're like, do you use your internet much? I was like, well, you know, because you don't want to say that you absolutely hammer it to the ragged edge, because that's not what the ISP generally wants you to do. Do you use it much? It's like, well, kind of max out the upload capacity on its entirety every other evening, yeah, for 10 hours at a time. Resolution wise, bitrate wise, yeah, hopefully. We won't get it till like they need to physically upgrade the lines and stuff. But then what I'll do is I'll probably upgrade the streaming computer as well. I don't know what with. Could probably do with a different processor. But it just needs sorting out, really. The streaming computer is like turned on 24/7. It's like a teenager. Oh no, content's always going to be consistently terrible. Look, I pride myself in the authentically awful content. This is the thing, right? You see YouTubers do alright, and then they like buy editors, and then they like get offices, and then they like, but they lose the point of YouTube. They become a media company. They just become a business, which is fine. I'm not holding it against them. People do whatever they want, and fair enough. They want to make more money, great, but it loses the point. Like, I think the point of YouTube is that it's kind of not a business, not a media company. Do you know what I mean? It's like a person, or a more so that, well, it's not the point of YouTube. The thing I like about YouTube is that it can be more genuine in a sense compared to other forms of media. That's what I like about it. I don't think everyone needs to use YouTube like that. That's fine, but that's the appeal of it to me. That's why I do live streaming, even though it makes less financial sense. The appeal of it is that I think it is more genuine compared to like the soulless corporate shit that the majority of the world operates under. Communist muscle. Tennessee Tizzit. Well, it's not quite that simple. Like, if you build, if you're an influencer, or otherwise known as a corporate shill, it's not really just YouTube. You have multiple platforms. People know you outside of it. You have business connections. Like, yeah, YouTube could disappear, but that's not your whole business. I'd just like to be able to yell at viewers, you know. What I find funny is I get people getting annoyed, right? They give you shit, and it's like, but they don't seem to realise it. I think it's way more respectful to just say to someone, be like, oh no, I think what you're saying is bollocks, or I think this is crap, or this is good, or whatever. Like, to just say it directly, I honestly think that's way more respectful. And I think it's better. Like, when I was younger, all the stuff I used to enjoy watching was like Tom Green, Big Breakfast. There was like late night shows, even like radio shows, which were way more like that. That even from like when I was like 12 or so. The more like genuine it was, that's just so much better than corporate shit that ruins everything. It's just, you know, you can tell. Stupid slow. I think you're a bit delayed. I think you're about 20 minutes out of time here. Oh dear, he's not gonna know, is he? Someone type in chat. Tell him to refresh the stream. Yeah, I do think Tom Green was a bit obnoxious in some ways. Like, I'm not a big fan of Tom Green, but some aspects of what he did I think were quite good, especially at the time. Yeah, George Carlin's really good. Yeah. Yeah. You know how it is. You know how it is. Oh, my tea, I forgot. Get in there, Lewis. Oh yeah, no, I know he's calmed down a lot. Nice. Thanks for clicking the like button, guys, on YouTube. We're on 112 likes. Appreciate it. 113. Tony Powell. I grew up with no internet and a Spectrum with a tape recorder. Yeah, it's weird. Like, yeah, we didn't have internet until I was like at least 11, 12. Yeah, that's it, Tennessee. You nailed it. Thank you. Big help. Whew. The Spectrum had the worst keyboard on it ever. Oh no, people are watching the Le Mans video we uploaded. What on earth? 5-second view draw rate. You put driving footage in the back of your video and people watch. Oh, it's weird. People get hypnotised by driving. Let's have a look at some of the comments here. Let's see what we got. Here we go. Best sim ever. I'm sorry, how many cups of tea do I need to make? I lost count. Too much tea. I love how the comments and all that on our videos. No, I did another one today, Thomas. Half the comments are about tea. Tea's bloody amazing, though. I mean, I know it's a bit cliche for a Brit to like tea, but it genuinely is really good. Like I'm not doing it to be a stereotype. I'm not doing it to like milk the tea. It genuinely is really good. I think everyone would like it. You know, it's. I'm really shocked you don't like the BMW livery. That BMW livery is terrible. Who likes that? The art car is awesome and a rare tradition. Even if it's hit and miss, would rather have it than not. Yeah, but that's beside the point. It looks shit. Would rather have it than not. But hang on. This is a false. He's made a false thing here. The art car on that hypercar, right? It's a. You could not have it. Maybe you could have something else instead. Maybe instead of wasting time on something that looks shit, something else could be done. So yeah, if you create I'd rather have it than not. That saying is terrible. Like let's say something's crap, and then someone goes, but I'd rather have it than not. It's like, no, but something else could be there instead. Weirdly, no one says that for AIDS, do they? Sorry for any of you that have AIDS and it's a pain in the arse, but, you know. I'd rather have it than not. Actually, some people do because they worry about getting it, and then you can actually... it can be alright if you take drugs all the time. It's actually... it was a YouTube short or something. Something came up. A doctor or something was saying how if they could pick, they would rather have AIDS than diabetes because diabetes is categorically worse. Has worse outcomes than AIDS. I bought this last night. Here we go, another watch channel. I bought it last night, couldn't stand it. Got my refund. It's not terrible, but the graphics are brutal. Handling was decent, but the game was choppy AF. Really made me appreciate AMS2 so much more. Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, AMS2 runs so well. I think that's been a really big problem for driving sims, is that they've all been stuck. The physics engines have all been stuck with graphics engines that are 2000s paradigm graphics engines. No, it's AMS2 fan disregard. It's a good point that he's made. It is true. like AMS2 graphics engine is 10 years old, effectively. So, well, it's 8 years old. So you know, it's not an unreasonable expectation for someone to expect a sim to be decent. Frank, get out. Coffee gang on my arse. Hang on. I use a force feedback file from a guy called Devin. Don't know how to show. There's no force feedback files for R Factor 2. What's he on about? We all know Devin. We were arguing with Devin all last stream. That was really funny. I hope Devin realised that it was for comedic effect. I thought that was so funny. Like, just arguing with I think he said he was a developer, but just having stupid arguments about force feedback. I think it's hilarious.
The pace car is out of control.
There you go. To honour the fact that the IRL Le Mans 24 is coming this weekend, any chance you could please start pronouncing it Le Mans, i.e. the S is... Right. He can bugger off. He can bugger right off. He's got 3 upvotes, right? I actually lived in France for a bit, and I do... Right... I do like... My French is super rusty, but I understand French. I have a general French accent, right? If you are British and English, calling it how British people call it makes sense. If you are French and you're in France, calling it how French people say it makes sense, right? So this is like a really dumb thing people argue about. Like, it's when British people have French food and they're like British people trying to say French food instead of just saying it in a British way. Just say it how British people say it. You're in England. If you're in France, say it with a French accent. If you're in Germany, do it with a German accent. I don't know why people you get people that learn how it sounds in French and then they get then they use it as ammunition for like, oh, this is the correct way to say it. It's like, oh, get out. Honestly, like, there's nothing wrong with Americans calling Peugeot Peugeot. It's hilarious. Peugeot. I'm Sean Cole. Hi, everybody. This is the Simpit. I'm Sean Cole, and I'm going to be building a Buddha Revolution so I can drive a Peugeot in a Sedan Corsa. That's better. That's right. If Sean Cole was like, oh, I am Sean Cole, I'm going to be driving a Peugeot, what's the point? People are so dumb. Doubt it though. Gamer Muscle reminds me more of the explaining computers guy. Right, it's ironic because I guarantee you I have a better French accent than these people. 100%. Like, I doubt they lived in France as a child. So, right, I'm going to do a video on this. Idiots. Absolute idiots. Absolute morons. They think that they're on the high ground, but they're in the dumb zone. Here's the bell curve. They are like in the dumb zone. I'm here on the end of the noobs. I hate people that think they think that they're at the top, but they're actually too dumb to realise that they're just on the 2nd level. They're not on the 3rd level. It's so common. It's so common. Oh dear. Bloody people. That sort of thing winds me up. That's a stupid comment. Should just do the next Le Mans video in French. just to take the piss out of them. Oh dear. Oh, hello, MU fan. Thank you. You can't have watched that many good streams. You should watch Matt Malone. He's even more entertaining than me. Dave Cams, fake Dave Cam. You got a chicane. You got done at the chicane. He says. Video config. Oh, it's just weird comments. But how does that have 3 upvotes? Like, this guy has said the dumbest comment and people have upvoted it because they're all idiots. It's like people that that don't understand that AC's force feedback is amazing. Oh my god. There's more people in that dumb zone on the bell curve that think that it's like the FOV police. Alright, we're going to the next session here, guys. Oh, we can't because someone's joining. There we go. No. It's like the FOV police. They think that they're like, they've learnt about field of view, they've learnt about calculators, and they've learnt about monitor distance and a bit of real car stuff. So they then think, field of view. It's like, no, you actually don't give a shit about it once you've done a lot of sim racing. You just don't care. You just don't care anymore. Oh, the king of comedy. Now, I got told that I thought I was funny, and I'm not. Which, to be fair, that's quite a funny comment, I thought. When someone says you think you're funny. It's like, well... I mean, it's not that you think you're funny, is it? But you're like trying to find stuff that's funny. At least you're putting effort in. Simon, are you saying that field of view doesn't matter? I'm saying that, yeah, there's mathematical field of view, and you might as well use that as a benchmark, and why not set it up? And there will be cases where there'll be a zone where it's probably better on average. But I'm then saying that you can actually get comfortable within a range with any reasonable field of view, and it's fine. And yeah, it doesn't really matter that much. And if you do a lot of racing anyway, the skill level of people is so shit, field of view's not going to be the problem. Yeah, I mean, I would. The thing I would say is, if you run a high field of view, it does make it harder to see. Rotation is harder to detect in a higher field of view, and you don't need the side visibility, which is why a lot of people run higher field of view. You don't need to see the sides at all. You can hear if cars are next to you. You know the racing line, so you know where people are likely to be, and you can have car radars and things. So you don't need that side vision. And then when it comes to sense of speed from a higher field of view, you don't need that, because if you've got a lower field of view, you can see the road texture better, which is close to the car and then looks fast and is a better reference for how fast you're going. But yeah, if you could run like a super duper mega low field of view with like a 15-inch monitor, it's going to be terrible. So there's a range to these things. So the point is, first of all, a monitor's abstract anyway, and it's going to be a compromise regardless. So it's just not the big. It's not as big a thing as a lot of people can make it out to be. And yeah, some people might also be really quick with really stupidly high or stupidly low field of views. It just, you know. Right, here we go. Let's go racing here. Oh, here we go. Thanks again for everyone that's clicked the like button, all the new followers. Thanks for all the memberships as well. Really appreciate it. Let's go! Oh, the funny thing with field of view as well is, once you've played a driving sim on a VR headset, the idea of being picky over field of view on a monitor is so absurd. It's like, yeah, but a monitor's a monitor. Like, you could set the field of view up to be mathematically perfect, but it's a monitor. It's not 3D. It doesn't have head tracking. Like, you're not sat in the car. It is fundamentally abstract, so it's ridiculous compared to VR. So if your goal was like absolute immersion, which is that's a lot of what people are striving for with FOV calculators, well, just get a VR headset. It's on another level. Let's go. This is a really good car track combo. Oh! This is going well. There's feedback in here. Went a bit wide there, guys. Oh! Forgotten how to drive. They say you cut the course. They drove to England and back. I just thought of a really good video game idea. Right, the game is that you have to get across the channel. That's the game. You have to get from Dover to Calais, right? But there's objects, so, right? So you have to get across the channel, maybe like build a flying machine or a boat or something. But you have to get across the channel as quickly as possible. And you basically, as you play it, maybe you can find items to build a better thing to get across. But you could have like realistic weather and stuff as well. So you maybe you have to build a basket and a hot air balloon, like a physics game. And then you have to get, you try and get your hot air balloon across, or you build a boat, and then you've got like cross-channel ferries that you have to avoid, or you build a glider. But the game is just you just have to get across the channel. That's like almost, yeah. You just the whole thing is you just have to get across the channel, but you build your own way of doing it, and then you've got a time. It's just like a racing game, effectively, but using physics. You can make it pretty simple, and you have all the items and objects, and maybe there's some kind of yeah, it would be really complex. But you could definitely leverage Unreal Engine for something like that. Exactly, mocking immigrants. I'm French living in the US, and I say Z because you watch. Yeah, that was really weird. When I lived in France, Dragon Ball Z was really popular. Like, we'd play a game, which I'd never played this card game as a kid in the UK. You had to flick your cards at the wall, and whoever landed the card closest to the wall would win the cards. That was a really weird game. But yeah, you'd have the Dragon Ball Z cards, and you'd have like the shiny cards and stuff. It was awesome. They were quite expensive. I think it was like 5 cents for a pack. So it's 50p a pack. Like 50, half a euro. Yeah, you give me nostalgia childhood memory there. JBO, thanks for subscribing. It was really awesome, the school I went to in France. It was mental. It was absolutely insane. French kids are mental. We do crazy shit all the time. Not, yeah, but don't even talk about Nigel Farage. He's just a knob. You played the Caddyshack as a kid? Quarters? Oh, is that what the game's called? Right, we never played that in the UK. So we had Pogs. And what was that thing with the monsters that you had to knock over? And then I don't know what the game. I don't know how you. I think you just swapped football cards. But then the primary school would ban the football cards because everyone got addicted to it. Pogs. Pogs are the best thing ever. I don't understand why Pogs just disappeared because it's so good. Like, even now, I think Pogs are pretty cool. Like, the idea that you have, like, little discs with cool images and then you have to flip them over. Pogs are amazing. I really don't get why they disappeared entirely. Hello, Anthony Lee. Anthony Lee. No, the Australians are here. It's not even a real place. Not even real. The Antipodeans. The worst people. Fictional. Hide the good China. Pogs came in really nice packaging as well, if I remember correctly. Oh, I think what happened was the metal flippers came out by like off-market Pog companies, and then kids were throwing them at each other's faces. It was all right when it was just the light plastic ones, but by the time they got to the heavy flippers, it was weapons. Throw a shrimp on the Barbie. Hang on, you remember getting 3D holographic cards from the croissants? What? I got a five-a-side football from it was Euro 96. So I got a little mini football from some Denon yogurt or whatever it was, that French custard stuff. Don't know about stuff from croissants. Glorious 7th.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following like welcome along. Whoa. France had the Le Coq Sportif. That's the French for you. No, France won 96, I think. Can't remember. The Sporty Cock. Let's do a rematch. We'll just start the race straight away. They've left. Guys, get back in. We'll do a quick quali and then we'll do a restart. Well, which one did France win? The World Cup. What was the World Cup? It was 98. What, Assetto Corsa Evo Tesla drummer guy. It's coming out this year, but I think it'll be delayed. Yeah, Zinedine Zidane is amazing. Really fun to watch. Yeah, he is in the church of football. Yeah, I was a big fan of him. Right, we'll just do like 10-minute quali, and then we'll go to the next one. Someone's typed Game of Muscle IA. I think it means is a professional Assetto Corsa sucker. This coming from a guy with 1,000 hours in Assetto and can destroy him in every car possible. He can destroy me in every car possible. I don't think he can. I don't think he can. I think I would beat him in the lawnmower. Hang on, M4 Class 1 in R-Factor 2 has the best force feedback of any sim. Many cars have very good force feedback of AC level, and also many cars have subpar FFB. So it's capable engine, but with mixed results due to incompetence. I have done 100% AC. That's what. Yeah, I don't think he has. Yeah. Load up R. Why am I loading up R Factor 2? We're doing this. We're doing this. We're gonna go down to 20 minutes. Oh yeah. No, some cars do have. So what it is in R Factor 2 is cars that have a lot of suspension travel have quite a lot of dynamics on the force feedback. But what that is the suspension tugging on the wheel and loading and unloading, which is really clear in R Factor 2. And then that's what people go, oh, there's loads of force feedback, and all the track bumps and everything. And so people go, oh, it's really good force feedback. It's not actual useful tyre slip or the rear. Like, it's really on braking and stuff, useless. But people latch onto that this superficial stuff, and then then in their minds they link it with what's happening. Bad philosophy. Yeah, that's everything on this channel is just bad, like Michael Jackson. Right, here we go. We'll let the time go down to 20 minutes, then we'll restart, and then we'll go to the next race. This is a really good, it's a really fun car track combo though. Question, Speedgoat, you love AMS2 physics after 3 weeks of F1 23. Would iRacing be an upgrade over AMS2? Well, it's just different. Like iRacing, you can't drive over the limit, so it'll probably drive you mental compared to AMS2, where you can drive around over the limit all day long. The online racing and ranking and stuff is a lot better in iRacing, but then you have to spend a lot of money for cars and tracks. Graphics are worse. VR is worse, but it works. So but I mean, it also depends what skill level you're at. If you're not particularly good sim racing, you probably won't notice the differences, and you'll just be like, oh, it's online racing, maybe you'll enjoy it. So it's hard to say, but iRacing is expensive, so you'd be better off if you wanted something different from AMS2 to do online racing with. You're probably better off going with ACC and doing LFM with ACC, because it's a lot cheaper. The general tyre handling and stuff is more forgiving and in many ways more realistic than iRacing. So, and you can get the online racing. There's always races going on. So, probably better off doing that, to be honest. iRacing's really good if you're hyper competitive or like a really high level, like high skill sim racer, or you believe that it has realistic physics, so you don't question the way it drives. So you're like, oh, it's really, you just buy into it. or you're a live streamer and you're trying to build an audience, because there's quite a few people playing it and it's also competitive, so you get good viewers.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the
The
normal.
normal.
But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the
best.
One of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Even F1 or GT mods, it's really good. Can't trust a word that guy says. He's a bit of a talentless hack, to be honest. I have played BeamNG, but I've never done racing in it, really. I've driven different cars, but I'm not a big fan of how the car's driving it. It's good physics engine, but right, we'll let it go down to 20, and then we'll go next session. That's true. You don't need any talent. It's fantastic. That is a good part of YouTube. The thing is, even if you are good, you would get slagged off anyway, so it just doesn't matter either way. And basically, if you say something negative about someone's toy, they get really butthurt. Like if anybody like Daniel Morad saying that he's been critical of ACC, and then we get a load of shit. and then if you're a real race driver and you say one thing positive, all the fans of the game will mega latch onto that positive statement as if it's like absolute gospel, like as if it encapsulates everything. That's the other side of it. It's really weird. Where to start with oval racing? Just on iRacing, basically, it's only oval sim. I would say like the trucks, personally. They're nice and slidey and fun. But there's a few series on iRacing that do oval. You can do oval in AC, but it doesn't really have all the features that are sort of required for a proper oval race. You really do. iRacing is the only thing we like. Lucky Dog, Safety Car, all the American tracks and everything. Also, iRacing has really angry Americans, which are hilarious. So that's a good bonus. Well, the other thing that I think is a bit weird is that so people like to be super mega positive about stuff, right? But they don't realise that it's actually really insecure being that way. So like if you have criticism of something, it actually demonstrates security. Like if you're willing to have someone be critical of something and not like ultra protective of it, you're basically saying that thing can actually take the criticism. So the end result of that is that if you're not critical of things, you're basically saying that the thing itself is actually quite weak and vulnerable to criticism, which would suggest that it's probably a bit of a shitty thing, right? So for example, if you look at like dictators dictatorships or like cult leaders, like, you know, that kind of stuff, what you'll find is that they won't allow criticism, and it's because they know that what they are, that it's a load of bollocks, the position they're in, and they're actually very insecure because they know that the criticism would dismantle their thing. So yeah, but the end result is, weirdly, though it might upset people, having people be critical of a thing actually makes that thing look stronger if it can absorb that criticism.
I'm hot, and you're not.
But yeah, there you go. There's sim racing, a lot of sim racing, and a lot of sim racing culture is still a lot of people that are really insecure about sim racing and are like, oh, it's so small, and it's like, well, it's going to remain that way unless you actually treat it like you treat other things. Oh yeah, iRacing Oval's hilarious. You can have really funny races in it. We've had some pretty entertaining Oval stuff. What the best thing with iRacing Oval is when you have Americans that hear that you've got a British accent, so they assume that because you're British, you can't possibly understand how oval racing works. Because, hello, Turn One Meatball. Because obviously oval racing is so complicated. You know, it's so hard to understand. You could only understand it if you were American. And then they will like lecture you on what you can and can't do, even though you can read the iRacing sport code of conduct and go, oh, these are the rules. But they will argue you to death and scream at you for doing stuff that's well within the rules as defined by iRacing, because you're British, so you can't possibly understand turning left. Oh, it's so stupid. But it's entertaining. It's really good. Oh, it was proper good, wasn't it, Shumi? All those overtakes, none of them DRS, and the strategy involved, and the fact that the strategy made such a huge difference to the race, as you could tell by all the teams finishing in team order. Amazing. Bye, Turn One Meatball. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. Like, it's like there was no need. Yeah, there was. Oh no, because they thought that the engine was knackered, so they were like, "Oh well, we've lost the race anyway, so we'll put the slicks on, just in case." Like, who knows? Maybe there's some weird shit happens with the weather. What, you know? But then I think that was what it was. Is that then they rebooted the car, and then it worked fine. But didn't the car retire at the end anyway? But yeah, it's still stupid, because yeah, you might as well not bother doing it, because at the end of the day the slicks don't even work. So they can't even get basic temperature, so yeah, they're not. This is actually pointless. Yeah, it is weird, isn't it? I wonder, like, if they were like, this is a really good idea. Ferrari. Yeah, I mean, Ferrari always do stuff like that. It's weird, isn't it? Because also, you'd have thought from the sponsor perspective, it was really good the positions he got. So why? I don't know. I say, they probably thought it was totally over, but still doesn't make much sense, does it? But. Yeah, but you're not really going to get data from a car on cold slick tyres, are you? Because there's no situation where that's ever going to do anything. Alright, Matt. The best sim ever. if I wasn't yapping. Yeah, but people don't watch my live stream for my racing, do they? Why do people come in the chat and not seem to understand that the whole premise of these live streams is me talking bollocks and making stupid comments? It's not the racing. I'm just we do drive, and that's I enjoy sim racing, and it's fun driving around the track and stuff. But we're not here to like. We're gonna beat the green car anyway, you know. I'm just taking my time. This is all for dramatic effect. Obviously, don't worry. Look. See? It's going to be 3 wide. It's going to be 3 wide. I don't think this sim does side drafting. Oh, it's going to be 3 wide into this corner. 3 wide. Franco. Ah, no, I needed more power. 3 wide. Aren't you, Franco? Oh, it's good racing. M. Vandis stole podium off us. See? All that talking resulted in a spectacular finish. Oh, beautiful. Good racing, guys. We definitely need to do this combo more often. This car's good fun with this. Son of the beach. Right, I need to get some rest because it's 11 o'clock. And I've been up since like 7. Good racing, everyone there. Results. Eddie first, Naito, Daniel Naito second, Not Exotic third, Martin Vanders fourth, myself fifth, Michael Lander sixth, Ched seventh, Dampo eighth, John ninth, and Dave Walker 10th. Well done, guys. Yeah, it was really fun racing. Thanks for all the channel members. We had shitloads. Look at all the mugs. Look at this array of mugs. Each one is a victim of sending me money through channel memberships. Really appreciate that. Who's on now? Let's have a look at Twitch here. Thanks for clicking the like button on YouTube. We also had some subs on YouTube as well, which is awesome. And we'll be back for more. We need to check out the new AC content soon as well. I'm gonna send you back off to America. Go back to the drunk southerner. Get in there, drunk southern streamer. Force her to drink tea. I will see you guys soon. Have a good night, everyone. You turned up at the right time. Well, turn up tomorrow. Hopefully I'll do another live stream tomorrow. And we'll see you then. But yeah, good night, guys. Bye. My computer's broken. It won't turn off. It won't turn off. It's meant to be a dramatic ending. Right. Goodbye, guys. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.